is August 22nd, 2023 at 5:03 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Myers?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. Brongo?
Here.
Mr. Johnson?
Here.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Zalatel?
Here.
Mr. Cross?
Here.
Mr. Volland?
Happy to be here.
Ms. Brawley?
Here.
Mr. Solt?
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
He'll be excused until 8.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, we'd like to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Volland, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Volland. Next on the agenda, we have minutes of previous meetings, items 4A, B, and C, the special meeting of May 5th, 2023, the regular meeting of May 9th, 2023, and the regular meeting of May 23rd, 2023. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes of regular assembly meeting, of the previous assembly meetings.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. A motion by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Volland for all three items, 4A, B, and C. Is there any discussion? I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the minutes of previous meetings have been adopted. Next is the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. It's great to see you here tonight. Last week, my administration, along with Assembly Chair Chris Constant, Assembly Vice Chair Meg Zalatel, Assembly Member Volland, and other local elected state leaders, welcomed U.S. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg to the Port of Alaska. The visit included key stakeholders in the public and private sectors of Alaska. My staff and the port team showed Secretary Buttigieg an up-close look at the damages that need repair as part of the Port of Alaska modernization program. We also gave a presentation that highlighted the Port of Alaska as an essential piece of infrastructure for the entire state. As the Assembly knows, our port handles roughly half of Alaska's imported cargo, and even larger share of bulk supplies like petroleum and cement. I know we stand in agreement that advocating for repairs to the Port of Alaska on both the state and federal level is crucial. Safeguarding Alaska's most important piece of infrastructure is a top priority. I want to thank Secretary Buttigieg and his staff for coming to Anchorage and the Port of Alaska to see all of this firsthand. Now he knows why the port is essential for Alaska's food security and protecting our economic engine statewide. Tonight, the restructure of the Scofflaw Ordinance is up for vote. And while I support changes that will revise the amount of fines, I want to also make sure that Anchorage remains a law and order city and that we do not eliminate or defund the administrative aspect of the Scofflaw Ordinance. Also, tonight, the body will vote on the funding of the Navigation Center. This is a facility we desperately need to provide emergency shelter and access to services and treatment for our city's unhoused. The lack of a low-barrier shelter in Anchorage means that the problems we are facing at 3rd and Ingra, Davis Park, Cuddy Park, and other smaller camps on public land throughout the city will continue. The Navigation Center is not the only solution to homelessness, but it is a critical part of the overall solution. My administration presented costs and fund sources this past Friday to the Anchorage Assembly. I believe these are the specifics that were asked for, and you are now in a position to make a policy decision for your constituents. I respectfully ask the Anchorage Assembly members to consider voting to fund the Navigation Center. And finally, as we are all in agreement to work together to help our city's unhoused populations get access to shelter, treatment, and services, I invite everyone to join me this Saturday at 2 p.m. along with other homeless providers at the Downtown Hope Center Prayer Walk. Folks from Catholic Social Services, Beans Cafe, Henry House, Downtown Hope Center, and other providers and Anchorage residents will do 26 minutes of prayer and will walk and pray over the land and the people of Anchorage. The event will start at the Sweet Hope site at 235 East 2nd Court at 2 p.m. The prayer walk will go past 3rd and Ingra, Brother Francis Shelter, Catholic Social Services Navigation Center, Beans Cafe, and Henry House, ending back at Downtown Hope Center. Everyone is welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next, the chair's report. Good evening, everybody, and welcome. As you all know now, Anchorage School District is back in session. It's been great to see all of the families celebrating their kids going off to school and the teachers back to the classroom, and also for some of my friends watching their newly graduated students leave the state to go off to college. And it's a bittersweet moment for a lot of my friends this year, I guess some of a certain age. First, I'd like to talk about the Port of Alaska. Last week, how exciting was it that we had the honor of hosting U.S. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg on his visit to the Port of Alaska. The port staff did quite an amazing job, Mr. Jager in particular, of making our case to the Secretary, and I feel confident that he walked away with a strong understanding of just how unique our port is, its needs, who it serves, and why it's so expensive. It was great to team up with the mayor and the administration to promote this important project. Also, the 3rd Avenue camp. Before we get to work tonight, I want to address the major concerns we have that's taking place down what's growing at 3rd Avenue. It's really disheartening to see the human misery and destruction that's occurring. And I want to thank APD and the service providers who are doing what they can to keep people safe, to connect them to services, as well as the media, the artists, the community of members of the public who are out there providing services and support. They're giving voice to the people who are trying to survive out there. I'm hopeful that the administration directs the necessary funds that we've made available to additional policing, to address crime and unsanitary conditions as well, with further toilets and other support services, so that we can get emergency shelter plan funded and people off the streets in as safe and healthy a manner as possible. The sooner we can start moving people out of the camp and into safer housing, the better. On that note, tonight, we will be discussing a big item before us, the Tudor and Elmore proposed shelter. It came as quite a shock last week when we learned that the proposal requires taking funding from critical services, what looks like funding that has already been spent, and other really questionable fund sources to build the shelter. Last week, we also learned that the Anchorage Health Department is putting together a cold weather emergency shelter plan that avoids concentrating all of the services into a single mass shelter, a situation we've seen fail time and time again in our community. Instead, their plan relies on small, scattered sites across the city that can potentially be funded with existing funds. This is very exciting because the city is finally coming together on a solution that addresses both short and long-term needs. It's proven that housing and not warehousing is the cheapest and most effective way to help people permanently beat the cycle of homelessness. And I want to thank the health department for that out-of-the-box thinking and for developing a plan that we think is realistic for the year ahead. This proposed approach for upcoming winter shelter, paired with work already being conducted under the anchored home plan, such as turning hotels into affordable housing and opening living facilities for people with complex health needs, is how we are going to solve this problem once and for all. Until we see more people safely housed, it's hard to celebrate, but we still need to recognize the progress we are making. The money that we have spent in the past few years has kept thousands of people from Eagle River to Girdwood from becoming homeless and has helped hundreds of people get off the streets and into housing. We need to keep following the proven approach and not get distracted by quick fixes that kick the can down the road. I look forward to all of us coming together over the next month to get the plan funded and started so we can get people out of the camps and into safe housing for the winter. On the note of housing, developing more housing in Anchorage is one of the Assembly's top priorities. We've previously had an agenda item to change residential zoning throughout the municipality. It's item 13A on the agenda. As you may have heard in the news or by press release, the sponsors of that item are going to ask the body to postpone it indefinitely. And members Zalatel and Volland will introduce a replacement proposal tonight called Housing Opportunities in the Municipality for Everyone Initiative, the HOME Initiative. A copy of their new proposal will be passed out tonight. You can also find a link to it on the Assembly's homepage under the news section. They are asking for the public hearing on it at the September 26th regular meeting. So just to be clear, for those who are tuning in or who are maybe here, the sponsors of item 13A intend to ask the body to postpone that item indefinitely. For item 11E, the Navigation Center, the Assembly could have voted yes every time Mayor Bronson's shelter came before us, and we still wouldn't have a functioning shelter. At best, we'd have a tent to warehouse people, and the problems we've seen at the Sullivan and 3rd Avenue would just be picked up and moved from one part of town to another. Instead of working on the complex solution that has to come, we've only heard of 2 ideas for solving homelessness: opening a tent to cram in several hundred people and then buying plane tickets to ship everyone out. That's not a real plan, and the Assembly can't write a blank check for it. So we will have that discussion tonight, and of course I think it will be a close conversation, and we'll see which way it goes. While the administration feels focused on concentrate and deport as a strategy, the health department and the rest of the community are coming together behind a realistic plan for the year ahead by using small, scattered sites across the city to shelter people, and particularly non-congregate in hotels who need immediate relief, while continuing to convert hotels into housing and seeking additional HUD funding for long-term housing. We will be able to develop a more complete solution. I look forward to dropping the giant tent idea once and for all, hopefully, and focus on the more affordable, effective, and humanitarian approach to solving homelessness. But of course, that is a matter for the body to decide. Finally, I want to recognize that we have a full agenda tonight, and I'll do my best to move us along so that we can conclude at the most reasonable hour possible. This is a business meeting, and we are here to do the important work of the city. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting or clapping, and pacing. Please keep signs to smaller than 8.5 by 11 inches. Please keep the aisles clear except when queued up to testify. Also, please don't approach the dais. If you have something to share with members, please hand it to the clerk for distribution. And also, if a point of order is called, please stop speaking so that I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules aren't followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I'll give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person may be asked to leave. If you're here to testify on a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name. Well, I'll get to that part later. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the meeting. We have a long agenda, and from that, I'll move to committee and liaison reports. We'll start with Mr. Myers.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The last Community and Economic Development Committee was held on August 17th, and at that meeting we had a presentation from the Anchorage Community Development Authority, Mike Robbins, on expanding the roles of land trusts and land banks as part of our tool for economic development. We also continued a conversation around repurposing and development of vacant and abandoned properties, and we had a presentation from our code enforcement team who described how properties are get on those lists and what are some of the challenges and strategies we can be thinking about. And on that note, you know, we're not only talking about residential, we're also talking about, when we mean vacant and repurposing of buildings, we're also talking about commercial spaces. And we also had a presentation from the Alaska Black Caucus who gave an update on the building of the Equity Center, which is working now. They're redeveloping a downtown property, and we're learning about some of those challenges as they do that as well. So that's exciting. And then also I'm the liaison to the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce, and yesterday I attended the Make It Monday Forum, which had a presentation from the ACDA on a new program that they're extending, which has previously been focused on downtown, but they're extending it to the Muldoon area, which is their facade improvement loan program, which is really a strategy to provide low-cost loans to businesses to create beautification opportunities to drive business and make things look, as Mike Robbins said, prettier. So that's exciting for Muldoon and the business district. There's nothing else to report. The next meeting will be, this is the weird month of the meeting, so we'll schedule that and get that out there on the website.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for those of you who want to be in the room where it happens but missed last week's Housing and Homelessness Committee, we got a great update from the Anchorage Health Department on their work towards developing an emergency cold weather shelter plan. AHD is not throwing away their shot to do something new and innovative with this plan, which is primarily focused on professionally run non-congregate shelter, increased capacity at Covenant House, and other possible ideas, including volunteer-run warming areas. We also had a good discussion with OCS and the Child Welfare Academy at UAA about the young, scrappy, and hungry clients they work with and ways we can collaborate with them to help reduce instances of folks going from the foster care system to the homelessness prevention and response system. Today, members noticed a laid-on-the-table resolution from Chair Constant, Member Brawley, and myself that we hope to set for public hearing for the meeting of September 12th. That item essentially fulfills the funding part of the plan for October to December 2023 emergency cold weather shelter. Eventually, the Anchorage Health Department will bring forward the operational part of the plan, the contractual part for emergency cold weather shelter, and we will have a full plan that is funded and ready to be implemented, we hope, by October 15th. Some of the funding decisions will look similar to the decisions brought forward by the administration for the Tudor and Elmore Navigation Center. I look forward to that discussion later today. Next week, the Complex Behavioral Health Task Force will be hosting the Behavioral Health Leadership Summit with leaders from state, nonprofit, and funding agencies. I'm excited about the potential for this summit to spur collaborations and move the needle forward. And this isn't just another summit. This is not a movement. This is not a moment. It's the movement and the continuation of that movement and call to action to truly address the state's behavioral health gap. And really looking forward to that discussion next week. A couple weeks ago, I was in Homer for the Summer Alaska Municipal League Conference. AML's state legislative priorities remain the same. Those include the education and funding for education, retirements, and state fiscal policy. AML is also going to be taking a really strong interest in a project that DCRA, the Division of Community and Regional Affairs, is taking on to put forward a rewrite of Title 29. For those not familiar, Title 29 is the local government title in state statute. So there's a lot of interest in following what DCRA does with that. On top of that, there was a robust discussion around school district funding and especially the local contribution cap and the recent letter that came out from DEED, the Department of Education and Early Development, on this issue. Last update from AML, and I thought my colleagues might find this interesting, but I learned a new word from Nils at AML, the executive director. So you've heard of the slumlord, you've heard of STRs. Now say hello to the strum lord, or someone who owns 20 or more STRs. Nils thought it was pretty catchy. We'll see. Overall, I felt good leaving that conference and feeling like local governments, we get the job done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. And if you did not catch the reference, Mr. Rivera was making allusions towards Hamilton, which is an amazing performance that you can see right now at the Performing Arts Center. And tonight's the last night to get some really discounted tickets. Ms. Braga.
Nothing to report.
Mr. Johnson.
Nothing to report.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple of things to report. This Thursday, the Assembly has its joint meeting with the Native Village of Eklutna. The primary topic for discussion is the Eklutna River Restoration Project, and we'll be hearing from Eklutna Inc. on their preferred alternative. We had gotten a preview of that at a work session, and they've come to ask if they can present more in depth to us about that. Also, we met last week for Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee. We learned a little bit about the water and wastewater utilities strategic planning and their look back and forward. It was a really great presentation, and if you ever wondered why AWU works the way it does, or maybe why your bill looks the way it looks, I really recommend taking a look at that. And then had a briefing by the port on a few items for some cleanup and an item that's before us tonight. Really a productive meeting. And I'm going to let my co-chair provide a quick update on budget when we get to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Bond.
No report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yes, thank you. I'll give two reports. First one is on the Budget and Finance Committee. So we met on Thursday, August 17th. We did not have a lot of detail in terms of the FY23 or FY22 budget to actuals in that meeting, but I do want to point folks to a more detailed report that's included now as information report number 10F7 on our agenda. It will be coming up on the consent agenda. We also did not really get a detailed report of funds potentially available for appropriation, but we did receive a list of those, preliminary list in a work session on Friday that was mentioned previously for item 11E, the Navigation Center. So I will also point you to those. And then I'll say in general, the committee is really interested in evaluating first what our financial position is right now, but also what additional fund balance may be available this year or during our budget process to address some of our big funding needs. And I'll also state that we're anticipating the preliminary memo from the FY24 budget, for the FY24 budget, commonly referred to as the 120-day menu, to be coming from the administration by the required deadline of September 1st. So I imagine that will be a topic at our next meeting, which is Thursday, September 21st, 12:10 to 1:10 p.m. in City Hall, room 155. So we will be kicking off the budget season pretty soon, and of course it's always of interest to the public and certainly interest to members how we can make sure that our priorities remain funded. And then on the Legislative Committee, I'll just briefly share that, that our next meeting is Thursday, September 21st, so I will provide a more detailed notice at our September 12th Assembly meeting. But I do want to provide a reminder to the public on the topic of items of legislative interest as well as budget interest. There is a work session on our capital improvement project list, understanding how that list is developed year over year, how community councils are involved, and then I know there is interest among Assembly members at looking at how to improve that process, make it more transparent, and to better understand how projects that originate in the community end up in our capital improvement project plans. So that work session will be Friday, August 25th, 1 to 2 p.m., also in City Hall, room 155. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salt.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So next on the agenda, we have the addendum to the agenda. And before we get to the addendum, we're going to address late on the table items. So I have So we have a small handful of items tonight. I think that most of them are supplemental, but we have, hold on. So we have 2 supplemental items, then 3 new items, as far as I can tell. Okay, so we'll start with the supplemental items. I'll just go ahead and read them into the record. Item 10B5, resolution number AR 2023-282S, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly expressing support for the municipality of Anchorage to submit a funding request for HUD's Pathways to Removing Obstacles to Housing Funding Opportunity. The second supplemental item is item 11E. It's 11E2, resolution AR 2023-182S1, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage reappropriating not to exceed $11,100,000, $7 million of area-wide general fund balance, American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 local fiscal recovery funds in an amount of $4,477,229.85 to the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund and reappropriating $1,046,364.62 from the area-wide operating projects fund and reappropriating $2 million from the alcohol beverage retail sales tax fund, as a transfer to the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund 401-800 maintenance and operations department to be used for construction of a navigation center and emergency shelter at Tudor and Elmore. Next, we will go through the new items that will require a vote. So one of these items, of the new items, is an ordinance that will just take 3 members, a mover, a second, and a third. And another one is a resolution, and I believe it will require a motion to lay on the table, but I think it's only a 6-person vote, if I'm not wrong. Is that correct, Mr. Gates? I can ask the question again if you want.
Yes, please.
So the resolution that's being introduced tonight, I know the rules for introducing a resolution laid on the table are different than an ordinance. It requires a vote, but only a majority vote. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not exactly sure which item this is. If it's a new item, it's a 2/3 vote to lay on the table to add to the agenda. And if you mean to set for a public hearing, yeah, so vote by 6. I'm sorry, 7.
Right,
Majority.
so 7, not 6, a majority. So, but a member at any time can introduce a resolution for another meeting, right, for public hearing. Is it 8 votes or is it 7?
If this is to be accepted as a new laid on the table item, it's 8 votes just to do that. And then if you want to move to set it for a public hearing at a later meeting, that's a majority of 7.
Okay, thank you. So we'll get to the resolution in just a moment. Okay, so we have item 10G3, ordinance number AO 2023, unnumbered, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly adopting the Housing Opportunities in the Municipality for Everyone Home Initiative by amending and repealing portions of Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 21.04, 21.05, 21.06, and 21.07 to realign the residential zoning districts throughout the Anchorage Bowl with stated goals and intents of the Comprehensive Plan and Anchorage 2040 Land Use Plan, providing for staggered effective dates for changes to groups of residential zoning districts and waiving Planning and Zoning Commission review of this ordinance. Is there a motion?
Move to introduce and set the public hearing for September 26.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Member Volland. Is there a third?
Yes, third.
Third by Member Brawley. So that item has been introduced and set for public hearing for the meeting of September 26th. So we also have another laid on the table item that's new. All right, so next we have item 10B7, and this is a new item. It will require 8 votes. AR 2023 unnumbered, resolution of the Anchorage Assembly authorizing the law firm of Landy Bennett Bloomstein to enter an appearance on behalf of the municipal clerk in the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in the Superior Court for the State of Alaska in the matter of Russell Biggs v. Municipality of Anchorage.
Move to lay on the table?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Can you speak to it?
Sure, I can speak briefly to it. The circumstances that would authorize this just came to be, and so there wasn't time to make the addendum. We've been talking with the municipal attorney's office, and it's come to this point, so we hope to be able to take this up so that there isn't a break in the representation in the case. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, that item has been laid on the table. It is item 10B7. All right, so I think for the purposes of the last item, I think we should wait. So we'll take up the last item later. So. All right, so now I would ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed in the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Volland. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none. Those items have been incorporated. Next, we have appearance requests. We have a couple on the agenda. Ms. Arciniega, are you here? Hi, welcome. Please, you'll have 3 minutes. Please turn the mic on, and then part of town you're from, and your name. You got it.
Okay. Hi, my name is Mercedes Arciniega. I am from West Anchorage, and I'm here to represent myself as well as a member of the Alaska Coalition for Justice. I'm here to continue applying pressure, show heavy support, and present general awareness regarding the policy and implementation of body-worn cameras on APD officers, something that Anchorage residents voted on and approved 2.5 years ago. While there's been some progress made, not much has been done over the course of 2+ years. While I make room for bureaucratic processes and government pacing, I still don't think that's an acceptable excuse to be where we are right now. Nor is it acceptable to continue to pass the buck off to previous chiefs, to the union, to the department, all the back and forth. In fact, progress in settling policy disputes between APD and APDEA, the police labor union, did not happen until after the threat of a lawsuit. There is still so much that needs to be clarified and defined, and that onus does not fall on the public to figure out, but rather on government entities and APD to continue to prioritize the progression and communication of this issue. There's still a sense in the general public that A, nothing is being done, B, very little is being done, or C, they have just totally forgotten that this issue still even exists. People wouldn't be asking questions or forget about it if we had clarity and definition. There's still a huge lack of transparency regarding policy and implementation. So many questions still remain. What do these test phases entail? How long do they roughly estimate these testing phases will take? What is the process of data collection and analysis? What determines which officers, units, and shifts will wear body cams and who will get them before others? For instance, we know that 30 cameras are supposed to be implemented at the beginning, but there's anywhere from 20 to 50 officers in one shift for patrol alone. So who is going to determine that prioritizing? Does IDU get some? Does CAP team? Do SROs? So clarity would be helpful for the general public in order to have a sense of that transparency being acted upon. APD must move forward with implementation, with better dissemination of the process, and with some sense of care and commitment to the public so we can lay a sort of foundation in building trust between APD and all the citizens they are supposed to protect and serve. It's not to say that this policy is the end-all, be-all in repairing community trust in the Anchorage Police Department, but it is certainly one piece, one piece in building that bridge between residents and law enforcement. Furthermore, this doesn't just benefit the public, this is beneficial to the police department. This helps improve or prevent and de-escalate situations between officers and civilians, improve officer safety, provide training opportunities, reduce paperwork time, protect officers and civilians from false accusations. So at this point, after 2+ years, the public deserves to be updated along the way with clear details, a sense of urgency, and a commitment to forward movement. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mr. Charles McKee. Welcome, Mr. McKee. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I might just, you received this April the 13th municipal clerk item in April, and it's in the fourth page. The fourth page is, make sure everyone's to Mary Soliter Patola, U.S. House of Representatives of Alaska. And it talks about how I'm the status of a living man, private civilian, protected person, American national, and not a statutory citizen, which what everybody else has been duped to become through the voter registration program owned by the Bar Association. So in this other document, writ of recapsation to Mary, also, I indicate that if you drop down to where it says plus with a foreign jurisdiction, that firm in alignment with existing agencies, that is the Federal Reserve Corporation. And this here is a $1 coin. And so it's not a Federal Reserve note, and it's not digitized. But what happens is when you read down below that, the change one status to presume then that they are their own trustee and their own executor, it allows the Bar Association and their members and the court system to extract credit out of their account. No, talk about the Social Security system. So when I ask for $80 million in front of Judge Mesut, I tell him he's my trustee, and the money has already been drawn out of my account, Social Security account, and then it disappears. The court record was changed, which caught him doing it. They did go to jail, and I wonder what happened to it. Well, at the same time, out-of-court settlement happened with October the 2nd with the Doctors and Nurses Association when they sued the administration, Dunleavy administration, for vetoing Medicaid and Medicare, July the 7th, 2019. I come screaming in there the 7th of July. And so I lay blame on the governor, which is why I got him recognized as violating RICO Act, and that's sitting in Arlington, Virginia, waiting for him to get out of office. Consequently, how does stuff just simply disappear? Nobody recognizes the situation when indeed the Judge John Sedgwick found that the actions of Dunleavy and Babcock so egregious that they should be held personally responsible. And then the previous judge, he's deemed that he was narcissist.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. McKee. We'll be glad to have you back next quarter. All right, so next on the agenda, we have the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are numbered 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved or accepted by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Actually, it should be approved, accepted, or introduced. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of these items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing. So next, I would like to go down the dais and ask members what items they would like to pull. So we'll start with Mr. Myers.
Nothing additional. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Yes, 10A2.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10B6, 10F3, and 10F5. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Branca.
10A1,
Mr. Johnson.
10D11.
Anything else?
No.
That's it. All right, thanks. Ms. Alatel.
10 Bravo 5, 10 F1, and 10 F5, which has already been pulled.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cross.
No items.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My items have been pulled.
All right, Ms. Branca, or Ms. Brawley.
Thanks, my items have also been pulled.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. My items have been pulled as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's go back through this list. Item 10A1 by Ms. Branca, 10A2 by Mr. Martinez, 10B5 by Ms. Zalatel, 10B6 by Mr. Rivera, 10D11 by Mr. Johnson, 10F1 by Ms. Zalatel, 10F3 by Mr. Rivera, 10F5 by Mr. Rivera. Did I miss anything? All right. You got those. All right, so I would like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel and I think seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Any opposition? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda has now been approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all items in 10G. If you are here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items are now passed and accepted. So next on the agenda, we'll have item 10A1. Item 10A1, Resolution AR 2023-272, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing August 26, 2023 as Women's Equality Day and celebrating the ratification of the 19th Amendment on August 26, 1920, and recognizing women who are continuing the fight for equality. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Mr. Salt. Is there any objection? Asking for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing none, that item has been approved. Who is reading and who is handing it out? Is there anyone here to receive it? Anyone from the Women's Commission? Come on down. Thanks. All right, you have the floor.
Hi.
were you dressed up before? The sash, I wished I'd had the sash and the hat. I'm so excited I get to read this. Thank you for being here. Whereas the passage of the 19th Amendment prohibited the states and federal government from denying the right to vote to citizens of the United States on the basis of gender, and whereas August 26th was designated as Women's Equality Day by a resolution introduced by Congresswoman Battling Bella Abzug, to commemorate the years of sacrifice, hard work, and perseverance women in the United States endured, leading to the ratification of the 19th Amendment. And whereas women have continued to organize to exercise their rights, and from the National American Women's Suffrage Association came to the League of Women's Voters, and that it is still impacting election turnout and facilitating voter education. And whereas on March 21st, 1913, Alaska House Bill Number 2 was signed into law extending the voting franchise to such women as had the qualification of citizenship required of male voters. And whereas women increasingly have won elections in the United States, with 49 women having served as governor in 32 states, with Alaska being one of those states, and as of 2023, women comprise 66.6% of our congressional delegation and 30% of our state legislature. And whereas, even with this success, women in the United States and around the world still face professional obstacles, domestic violence, and other barriers to their well-being and success. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly celebrates Women's Equality Day and pays tribute to women of the past, present, and future who continue to protest, advocate, and legislate for women's equal rights and equal treatment. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 22nd day of August 2023.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Great job, guys. Thanks.
State your name and tell us why you're here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a newbie, clearly. My name's Erin Hughes. I work over at the Health Department, and I'm the Chair Commissioner for the Anchorage Women's Commission. We're really proud to see that this went through. I feel privileged that I get even accepted on behalf of the Health Department and the Women's Commission. So if you need anything, feel free to contact me. I really appreciate your guys' support, and I hope to keep working with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Next on the agenda, we have item 10A2, Resolution AR 2023-278, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing September as Hunger Action Month and supporting the elimination of hunger in Anchorage. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Oh, second.
Moved by Member Vaughn, seconded by Member Zalatel. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, this item is approved unanimously. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'll be reading, Mr. Chair.
Is there someone here to receive it? All right, thanks. Welcome.
Okay, whereas September is designated as Hunger Action Month across the United States, and whereas in Anchorage there are roughly 29,270 food insecure people, including around 10,000 children, and whereas Anchorage is committed to taking steps to raise awareness about the need to combat hunger in every part of our city and to provide additional resources that citizens need. And whereas Anchorage has a strong anti-hunger network comprised of food industry, faith-based, tribal, public, and nonprofit organizations committed to addressing hunger. And whereas charitable programs are unable to fully support those struggling with hunger, and SNAP stands as the most effective program fighting hunger in the United States, providing an important resource to food insecure individuals. And whereas demand at the Food Bank of Alaska's network of food pantries across the state has been elevated this year in light of the SNAP backlog, and whereas the Charitable Anti-Hunger Network anticipates high levels of food insecurity for quite some time as Alaskans recover from the economic effects of the pandemic, and whereas food security in Alaska has been further compromised by rapidly rising cost, inflation, and supply chain disruptions, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves: September is Hunger Action Month and encourages all citizens to give their time and financial resources to the Food Bank of Alaska or other entities in Anchorage's anti-hunger network to help our neighbors in need. This resolution shall be effective immediately upon passage and approval by the Assembly, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 22nd day of August 2023.
Welcome. Please state your name, and you have the floor. There's a little green or yellow button there. There you go.
That would do it. Thank you, Chair Constant and members of the Assembly, and good evening. My name is Ron Meehan. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Manager for the Food Bank of Alaska and the manager of the Alaska Food Coalition. Hunger Action Month is a national campaign every September dedicated to raising awareness around food insecurity and promoting solutions to address it. We want to encourage everyone to donate, advocate, and volunteer where you can. We're going to need all the help that we can get. Food Bank of Alaska's statewide anti-hunger network serves a vital role in ensuring that no Alaskan goes hungry. We've been experiencing unprecedented levels of need, a backlog of SNAP applications, significantly decreased food and monetary donations, and rapidly climbing costs for food, transportation, and other operational needs. Our work would not be possible, however, without the incredible support we have received from the community, whether it be grocers donating food, individuals and businesses hosting food drives, donating themselves, and volunteers. Food Bank of Alaska is hosting a business after hours in conjunction with the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce for Hunger Action Month on September 21st. That'll be from 5 to 7 p.m. at our facility at 2172 Viking Drive. And I do want to extend an invitation to all of you to attend that. It will also coincide with a statewide anti-hunger network convening, the first one that we've done, where we'll bring in different partners from the network from different parts of the state. But we look forward to maintaining our collaborative relationship with the Anchorage Assembly and are thankful to the body for passing this resolution and continuing to support our efforts. And I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Don't see any. Thank you for all the work you do down at the food bank. We're glad to be an investor.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, next up on the agenda, we have item 10B5. 10B5, Resolution AR 2023-282 or 282S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly expressing support for the municipality of Anchorage to submit a funding request for HUD's pathways to removing obstacles to housing funding opportunity. Ms. Zalto.
Thank you. Move to approve the S.
Second.
The S version is moved by Ms. Zalto, second by Member Vaughn. Ms. Zalto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I pulled this item primarily so that we can move the S version. The S version just clarifies that that the municipality, however it may shake out, it allows a little bit more flexibility in the implementation of who's going to go and submit this funding request. It's quite an undertaking, but it's a good read as it really details a lot of the work that's already been done and how the funding opportunity identified could further that work, particularly around zoning and housing policy and land use and regulatory policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I would encourage support. We discovered that these funds can also be used for updating comprehensive plans. Many of our areas are behind, and so we make a fund request. I know that Cherokee Eagle River is, long way past overdue, and if we can get some funding through HUD in order to update those plans, it'll be very beneficial to our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so the public knows sort of what we're talking about, this resolution is expressing the Assembly's interest in going after a novel competitive grant called Pathways to Removing Obstacles to Housing, or pro-housing. And I think this is, the Assembly right now is doing very timely work to address the housing crisis in Anchorage. One that is part of causing out migration, a crisis that we're seeing play out on our streets every day. And we've done a lot of good work that this resolution details, on accessory dwelling units, eliminating parking minimums. And we are sort of doing this work that is already in line with what the grant is calling for, but we have a long way to go. And I think we've seen that when Anchorage goes after some of these novel, innovative grants, we've got a shot. We saw that with the Reconnecting Communities pilot program in Fairview, right? So we definitely appreciate your support of this resolution. Let's get after this funding opportunity to help us continue our work on housing. Thank you.
Thank you. And for my part, I'll briefly speak that there's an S version that has a slightly different end to it. And I want to be really clear in the record that what this does is it authorizes the municipality to apply, which communicates to HUD that the municipality is behind this program. And so I just want to be super clear what this does. It speaks to all of those things, and it says HUD, an application when it comes forward, is on behalf of us. So if there's anyone else, hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 0, AR 2023-282 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10B6, Resolution AR 2023-284, Resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recommending changes to the draft Alaska Statewide Transportation Improvement Program STIP for 2024 to 2027.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Rivera Amendment Number 1.
Second.
If I may speak to it, Mr. Chair.
Sure, we have a motion to amend by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Vaughn.
Yeah, thanks. So I call this amendment the Dyson Abbreviation Amendment. For those who didn't serve with Fred Dyson, he hated acronyms. And this resolution, I think because of the nature of its content, is full of acronyms. And I know the people who are getting this resolution probably don't need these acronyms spelled out. But generally, I think it's good public policy for us to make sure everything is spelled out at least once. And so that's what this amendment does.
Thank you. Mr. Vaughn?
I definitely support the amendment. As a member who's on the AMATS Policy Committee, we constantly have to sift through a lot of acronyms, so I appreciate Member Member Rivera bringing this forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So here's a question, I think, for the clerk. Once this is done for communicating our public comments, do we need any special action to do a revised version that just incorporates all the changes, not the markup? Okay, because I think it would be ironic for us to submit as public comment a resolution with legislative drafting marks that was intending to make it more readable. And so I would ask if this passes that we then actually make it more readable. All right, thank you. Members may, Mr. Cross. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment. One sec, folks. Just going to back us up. We're going to try to vote. Nothing there. So I'd like to ask members for unanimous consent, is there any objection to this amendment? Hearing and seeing none, this amendment is passed unanimously. All right, Mr. Cross.
Yes, I'd like to move a cross amendment. Number 2.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Cross.
Thank you. In looking at the list on the SDP, it's not clearly identified that the Artillery Road interchange in Chuyakiga River that's been on the list in the last several years made it this time for whatever reason. And I just want to make sure that's on the radar. As you know, that's the bridge that people keep hitting on your way out if you're heading north. It's got like a target on the side of it for whatever reason. And you'll know that intersection there has just been just a nightmare cutting across 3. And they've made plans, they've made good efforts, but for whatever reason it seemed to have dropped off, whether it was a clerical error or if it just got oversight, but it's not specifically listed there. I do want to make sure that goes in there. In fact, the municipality of Anchorage has actually purchased land in the area for staging material, so why they would purchase very valuable land in our business district for the purposes of staging materials and equipment when this project comes, but it not be on the list is kind of bewildering. So this would just make sure it gets included. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And this seems like a reasonable addition. And I think Mr. Cross answered my questions, but just to state, so it looks like it could be included in a project that is already listed in the current STIP, or you're saying that it could be added as a new project?
Yes, there's, and Mr. Gates made it clear, hold on, give me just a second. There's one project that's vague. It just says Glen Highway heading north in phases and references Highland, which we understand the Highland interchange there had some work, but it doesn't specifically state the Artillery Road interchange. And that's important because actually the Highland Road interchange is vastly more important than the Highland interchange updates, but it mentions Highland, but not the more significant project. So I just want to make sure that got in there. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to state, my reason for asking was simply to make sure that we're consistent with our own processes and that this has been a priority in the past and that we're not just adding something new. Thank you.
Certainly has been a target, as Mr. Cross said. I have a question. The language shall be funded. I wonder if it's good form for us in public comment to put such a firm phrase in there.
I'm open to an alternative suggestion. That
Right.
Gets to the point.
I know if some folks tell us, you shall do this, we tend to react oppositionally sometimes. And so I might suggest we just take out the words shall be. The Artillery Road interchange in Chugach, Eagle River, funded to complete.
Okay, I'm fine with that. If I second, Dan, are you okay with removing
Yep,
that?
I agree.
All right, and if
That
maybe
way,
we can take care of that?
we
Yeah, I'm
look
fine
like
with
we're
amending that.
submitting
And thank you for that, Chris.
all right, so members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 11-0, that amendment has passed. Any other amendments? Mr. Salt, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank the authors of this. I think it's well needed. Certainly in my district, we have the new Seward redesign that we largely feel is not needed, and also really want to look to the state to help us with the safe routes to school. We have several school crossings across state-maintained roads that we need their help to improve safety before someone actually gets hurt, and we have the data that we don't want to get to make these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a great work session on this, and I want to thank our AMATS coordinator, Aaron Yanganellan, who's here in the audience with us this evening, for his participation. I also want to thank him for his draft letter on the STIP. The statewide transportation improvement program is very important when it comes to setting the future of transportation and infrastructure in Alaska and in Anchorage. And it's paramount that the state, that Alaska DOT and PF, do coordinate with the local MPOs, Metropolitan Planning Organizations, whether that's AMATS here in Anchorage or FAST in Fairbanks, and get local input about what are the priorities in a community. You'll see that in the Be It Resolves, Section 1, we've passed, I think now, 3 resolutions on the Seward Highway O'Malley Road to Diamond project about how we don't feel like in its current iteration that is a priority of the community. Then skipping down to Section 1, Bullet Point 3, ongoing the Seward Glen Connection Pell Study and Reconnecting Fairview project, which as the Assembly we really supported and advocated for, and that unsafe highway corridor. We have to fix that. It's been languishing for decades. So how do we communicate? How can we get our comments on the record when it comes to the future of transportation in Anchorage and say, these are the priorities. These are what we feel would meet the needs of our community, whether that's safety driving or non-motorized. But additionally, I will say there's a big issue with the STIP right now, and it's been highlighted in letters from AMAPS and from FAST, and that is what Section 8 of this resolution gets to. We need to have publicly available scoring criteria. We need to know how the state decides to spend federal money on projects in our boundary that can impact the future not only of transportation, but also of land use in Anchorage for decades. And we should know why they chose to prioritize one project over another, especially when we don't feel that that syncs up with the priorities that we've been advocating for as a local body. So anyway, I would appreciate your support of this resolution, and I thank my co-sponsors for their input. And Mr. Chair, if this is appropriate, I don't know if it is, but I would like to invite other members of the body to be co-sponsors as well, if they so choose.
Now would be the time.
Yes, please.
Does anyone object to being listed as a sponsor on this item? I'm seeing no objection, so Madam Clerk, it be directed that all members listed as sponsor. All right, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to thank Member Volin for the work he put into to drafting this, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to ride his coattails in supporting this resolution. This morning there was a joint House and Senate Transportation Committee meeting for the Alaska State Legislature, and there was a presentation from DOT there, including the Commissioner of DOT, speaking to the new STIP. And one thing I'll just put out there for informational reasons is there's a new website where people can track projects in the STIP, and it looks very robust with a lot of information there for those who are interested. But one of the things that DOT highlighted in that meeting was a need to be agile with their projects. And with that, they emphasized a need to, for plans to be able to evolve when necessary and also to be responsive to community feedback. And I found that encouraging because I think a number of us who have been tracking some of these projects for a while, and my fellow South Anchorage Assembly member Randy Salt kind of spoke to this, it seems that a lot of these projects, once they built up a certain amount of inertia, that they seem to be all but inevitable, and they don't always seem to conform to actually what the conditions on the ground suggest we need. So I will say that between this resolution that I am enthusiastically supporting and I think what appears to be a shift in mindset at the Department of Transportation, that I'm hopeful that going forward we have a better chance of realizing projects that actually meet the needs of the community.
Thank you. And I would note that our youth member, Mr. Terrell, is here, and I'm going to go ahead and give you the floor now. He's put himself, thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo how important the Section 1, Bullet Point 4 is the Safe Routes to School program. I do not walk to school, but there are some especially sketchy parts of the road and some unfortunately fast drivers in that area. So this is super important, and I'm super glad it's in there.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be a bit more direct on the scoring of projects, or the lack thereof, in the State Transportation Improvement Program, and ask our AMATS representatives, Mr. Cross and Mr. Voland, really to advocate for us at this week's AMATS meeting that if these projects aren't scored and we can't tell, that basically it needs to be the policy of the AMATS Policy Committee that they should be rescored or scored through the local criteria. So we know that projects in our area have met criteria. And frankly, you know, we'd always kind of given the courtesy of relying on the state's criteria, but when it's not there, we have criteria, and they should be subject to that. So I would ask that you advocate for that on behalf of us when you have the policy committee this week. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I'll also express appreciation to my fellow members for taking the lead on this, and also to our great AMAT staff for providing the technical support. And I would just want to state as well, I see this not just as comments on this particular transportation plan, but in the context of this particular plan and the process that was used to develop it. I also see this as a firm defense, not only of our local government's authority to provide input and to have a say in our transportation projects that we use every day, but also that we are defending AMATS, which is an independent agency. It is related to the municipality. It has representation from the city as well as from the state, but it is a separate unit of government that is created specifically to direct federal transportation funding and was created for that purpose. And so it's not just that we have MPOs, it's that every single jurisdiction in the United States has an MPO, or rather every state has one or more of them. And so I believe it is very important to be firm and to defend the ability of local government to be self-determined in our transportation projects. Thank you.
So I have myself in the queue next.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Mr. Youngland, I'm going to put you on the spot. I have heard from some folks that I wasn't at the work session where you draft letter. The draft letter explained that there were some challenges with the way the STIP was developed from the perspective of the MPO, our AMATS group. I would love for you to give a brief synopsis of that for the public, and then the question I'm trying to figure out, and I don't know the answer to, which rarely you ask a question you don't know the answer to from here, but the question is, I've heard it asserted that the state STIP has to incorporate the input from the local MPO, and I don't know that that's true. I've never heard of a higher body of government having to do that. I've also heard that, no, they just have to listen. And so first describe the problem and then kind of describe the platform on which this conversation should be happening.
Yes, hello, through the chair. Aaron Yongan-Elin, Executive Director of AMATS. It's a lot, so I don't know how much you want me to go into detail, but some of the biggest highlighted issues are that there was no coordination with the MPO during the development of the STIP. You know, they've been trying to coordinate with us after the STIP is out, kind of already they've put projects in. And part of why it's important to coordinate with the STIP or with the MPO on the STIP is there is actually federal law that requires that the STIP be consistent with the AMATS or MPO's long-range plan. And so typically what that looks like is projects that are in our MTP can go into the STIP. If they're not in the MTP, they can't go into the STIP. So there are projects in the STIP right now that are not in the AMATS MTP. And so now we as AMATS have to go through our process and try and catch up to what the state's doing and justify putting those projects in. So it puts a huge strain on the MPO, and it makes the whole process unclear for the public and even the committee members. So coordination is important from that aspect, as well as trying to ensure that like the local side of things is heard through the whole process. In addition, as kind of stated by other members here, one of the biggest problems is there's no process outlined in terms of how projects were selected and moved forward. And it doesn't call into question just current projects or like the projects in the 24 through 27. It kind of raises concerns about projects in the previous STIP as well that were just kind of accepted and added into the AMATS TIP or into the MTP. So it's kind of having AMATS kind of step back and reevaluate what is the process for everything through here. And so I don't know if that answered your question. I can
just
do
a
more.
brief follow-on to that. There was the secondary question of, does the state need to take on this coordination role with us? But I think a more refined way to ask that question is, you mentioned that the projects in the STIP need to be in the local document, right, the TIP. And so if they're not, you said then you have to catch up. But what happens if the local government doesn't include them in the TIP, but they're in the STIP?
So they have to be both in the long-range plan and the TIP. So it's a lot, but MTP and TIP.
Right.
And if the MPO does not incorporate them into the MTP and TIP, then they have to be removed from the STIP.
Right, okay. Okay, so there is a check.
Yes.
Okay.
And FHWA has specifically said that if they're not in there, the STIP can't be approved. If the projects in the STIP are not also in the MTP and TIP, they can't approve the STIP. But it's up to FHWA to enforce that.
So it might be germane for members to bring forward a resolution to Federal Highway Authority, or at least communicate this, but I might suggest something a little bit more pointed to them that addresses these concerns in a meaningful way. Thank you, Mr. Yonlin. And I do have an additional comment, but I see other members that probably want to talk to you or ask you a question. Is that true? No? Okay, so then I think maybe we're done. I just want to speak to the removal of the highway project. In conversations about drafting this, I did not support the idea of just removing the 92nd Avenue exit. For me, if we're going to build the highway, we should provide the exit to the neighborhood, the on-ramp, off-ramp for a neighborhood facility. But if we're not going to do the whole road, and I can make you 100 arguments why we shouldn't do the whole road. The first one being school and kid safety, the second one being the Fairview corridor, the downtown planning or Glen to Seward planning and environmental link, just whatever they're calling it now. These are higher priorities. We spent billions of dollars really missing the mark, and we can continue to find new priorities. And so for those reasons, I'm very happy to support the resolution. If it were just the 92nd, I would probably be in a different position. But I want to thank you for doing the heavy lifting on this, Mr. Volland. Member Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I will say I agree with you that I'm more comfortable and want to advocate for the deletion of the entire project. I do think it's interesting to think about how this project would divert traffic into a lower income neighborhood and do a taking of well-loved soccer fields in that area when we just received a grant about reconnecting a neighborhood that has been long divided by transportation mistakes of the past. I do want to correct myself earlier. I think I said we had a work session on this. Aaron actually joined us at the Rules Committee is where we discussed this. So if members of the public want to watch that meeting back, they can. It'd be the previous Rules Committee. And then I think that's all I got. Appreciate your support.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. So we have a vote of 11-0, and the youth member
Yes.
votes yes. So AR 2023-284 is passed by 11-0. So next we have item 10D11. 10D11 is Assembly Memorandum AM 631-2023, Amendment Number 5 to Non-Encumbering Contract Number 4400001238 with Titan LLC to provide snow plowing and removal services as needed for parking lots and sidewalks to the municipality of Anchorage. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
First, we need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I imagine that this contract does make sense, but I'd just be curious if somebody to the administration could speak to the need for this. I mean, generally when we think of snow plowing services, I think we think of that as a duty that is fulfilled by the municipality, and then certainly we maintain a fleet of equipment for removing snow, and then we employ operators to carry out that task. So I see that this contract's been in place since 2021, which predates my time on the body, and so I'd just be curious to know if this has historically been the practice longstanding prior to 2021, or something changed there, and why it is that we're unable to fulfill this using the resources we have at hand.
Through the chair to Member Johnson, thank you. I'll try to answer, and if you don't get the information you want, Shay Throop, the Acting Director of Maintenance and Operations, is also on the line. This is a contract to remove snow from parking lots and sidewalks that are not in the municipal right-of-way, and we don't have an organization that's generally set up for doing that. Street maintenance works within the right-of-way. Parks and Recreation in the wintertime removes snow from public trails. This is intended solely to remove snow from buildings like the APD office, the permit center, and other places. I think the permit center is actually covered by the landlord, but municipally owned and leased buildings where the landlord is not responsible for it, the municipality is responsible for snow removal, and we don't have a force account crew that does that work.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I had also intended to pull this item, so I was reading the memo, and it confused me because I remembered back in June, our June 6th meeting, this particular, I think it was either this amendment or some other amendment related to this contract. So I was intending to pull it just to understand. It says there was an error. And then I had also had the same concerns as Mr. Johnson in terms of, why are we contracting out snow plowing? So I appreciate the response there. But I also want to note, in searching for the document from that prior meeting, thank you again to the municipal documents portal, I just searched the business name, and I found that it appears that they've had a contract to do this for actually several years, at least back to 2005. I didn't investigate, but that was of interest to me because I was also curious about the longevity of that. But my question was really if somebody could explain the error in here, why it's back on the agenda a couple of months later, and just kind of clarifying what this memo is intending to communicate.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member
Yes.
votes yes. AM 631-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10F1. 10F1 is Information Memorandum AIM 158-2023, Sole Source Procurement Report for the month of July 2023. Ms. Zalatel.
Move to accept.
Second.
So there is a motion to accept by Ms. Zalatil, a second by Mr. Cross. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for whoever prepared this report, and I believe it may be Ms. Alger. I saw her here earlier. Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to ask my question, and then I'll stall for time. So I noticed the vendor, so this report is a spreadsheet, and it starts with a PO contract number, vendor, commodity service amount. And the vendor is Larry Baker, does business as BSI Consulting, LLC, to provide services to assist the administration as a policy advisor to the mayor of Anchorage for $29,500. There's no PO number on this contract. Ms. Alger, you are back just in time. If you want to come on up. So the sole source contract report, there's no PO number for the contract for Larry Baker. And that seems really odd because my understanding is that in order to get paid, you have to have a PO. So I'm wondering what's going on?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Zalatil, it hadn't made it through shopping cart yet. So I could have either been late and reported this to you next month or reported it on time. I chose to report it on time. We have some people going through new employees going through shopping cart training. So they, right after this was reported, they finished their training and it should be all the way through the process. And I'm happy to send you the PO number if you'd like me to.
If you have it, actually, I'd like to hold this item, amend it to make sure it's complete and correct. The
Sure.
reason is so that if it was ever in the portal of documents or otherwise, it could be found. And then we can fully accept the report from there.
Okay, I'll get it for you right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So I guess we will pend this item for now while we find that purchase order number or contract number, and then we'll move on to item 10F3. 10F3 is Assembly Information Memorandum 160-2023, Midtown Community Council Resolution calling on the municipality of Anchorage to take meaningful action to provide safe shelter for the unhoused population and reduce crime in Midtown. Mr. Rivera.
Move to accept.
Second.
I have a motion to accept by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to pull this resolution to highlight a specific request that the Community Council made that is something that I've heard the Fairview Community Council also make, which is to bring back police substations. I know there are staffing and probably other reasons why that might be difficult for APD to implement, but it might be worth having that discussion at the Public Safety Committee. So I'm looking at the co-chair right now, and maybe that's something that in the future we can get that discussion started at the Public Safety Committee. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Volland.
Thank you. You know, it's interesting. I was going to speak on sort of a similar topic on another item that we have before us tonight. I think what Fairview really wanted to see, and what I would surmise that Midtown wants to see, is more of a police presence, a deterring presence to public safety issues, and particularly those who might seek to take advantage of a vulnerable population. In November, this body appropriated $400,000 to do a special detail around the Sullivan Arena, and Chester Creek Trail and Peratrovich Park. I've since found out, due to a memo that is supplementary to another item before us tonight, that less than 25% of those funds were spent, apparently. Those funds being spent for security, or the intention of those funds to be spent for security and for cleaning. But part of those funds were, per the administration, the way that they wanted to implement that was to have APD do overtime special details. So, I hear the Midtown Community Council's need. I hear Fairview's need. I am, I guess, concerned about the administration's willingness to implement, or even potentially APD leadership's willingness to implement that type of extra needed response and presence in some of these more, I would say, acutely impacted parts of our community. Thank you.
So, Mr. Cross.
No, I support the amendment, and I support the police substations, and I would support, additional law enforcement. At our public safety meeting of the whole, we've got only 10 prosecutors prosecuting these out of 16, and they're carrying, over 400 cases apiece individually. So it's a larger picture, isn't it? That if we just, of course, we want more enforcement, but then if we don't have individuals to do it, it just, not much gets done if there's not a prosecution. But I support the amendment, so.
This one lit up the queue. Ms. Bronga.
I think that if we talk of public safety about what's happening in our parks and this Midtown area, we don't necessarily need substations, but if police sat to do their paperwork in various parks in town, that would be a big help. And also the possibility was thrown around of possibly park rangers, because that seems to be an area where we really could use some extra love. So maybe in the Public Safety Committee, we could talk about that. I also wanted to talk about, I got an email from the Midtown Community Council president who talked about the need for needles, that needles hadn't been delivered, and the need for more Narcan for this site. And I don't know, it just smacks me wrong that we're providing that. And to me, that's encouraging an illegal activity, or at least putting a blind eye at that, which is problematic.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just first off, I want to say that what's happening in Midtown, as well as other parts of the city, it's a pretty heartbreaking situation. We get regular updates on just honestly the humanitarian crisis that's going on there, and then the impact it's having on the neighborhood and local businesses. And it's really hard to see and accept. I think we made a lot of good progress, in some areas on the homeless front. We've had hundreds of additional beds coming online, and that's great. But I think it's fair to say that honestly, as a city, we did not rise to meet the challenge this summer. And there was a lot of effort made by the community task forces, and I appreciate that. And there was efforts by this body to try and come up with plans to ameliorate some of the suffering, and just unfortunately, not much happened there. And so I just want to first off acknowledge just the pain that I know our communities are feeling right now, and just recognize that we need to do better. As far as increasing APD patrols, I'll say I certainly don't mind, making the ask, but the reality is APD is way understaffed, and it's only getting worse. The most recent academy they had, I can't remember how many they graduated, but it was not anywhere near what we needed to actually bring the department up to full force. And there's no expectation that that's likely to change anytime soon. And again, while I think it'd be fair to see if there's more APD can do here, I recognize as a former law enforcement officer that when you are short-staffed and you're having to triage the calls coming in, and you're just running from one crisis to another, you don't have a lot of discretionary time to police these areas. And certainly it's not to say they don't need it, but I think we're dealing with a force that is increasingly stretched thin, is burned out, and I think we're just increasing the incentives for the officers, the ones we have left, to seek opportunities elsewhere, in particular places where they actually would have something like defined benefit plans. So I just want to acknowledge the struggles that I think our law enforcement's dealing with right now, and the secondary effects it has in our communities.
Mr. Colles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple comments. I want to thank Member Johnson for his comments as former law enforcement. He is probably more aware than anybody of the challenges that are facing APD right now. So I appreciate that. I also wanted to say that with respect to the money that was appropriated for the work around the Sullivan and Chester Creek Trail, I have seen the document that says it wasn't spent. My understanding from talking with Chief Curl and Deputy Chief Case over the past couple of days is that it was in fact spent, and they believe they've expended all of it. So Chief Curl has asked his accounting folks to look into why that's not reflected as spent, but they've assured me that they spent a lot of time down there and did spend that funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So an ounce of prevention worth a pound of cure. So that's housing, shelter, mental health, drug, alcohol treatment beds that we need desperately. One of the places I lived was Lincoln, Nebraska, small town, a little bit more than 100,000 people next to the big city of Omaha. And their police department took on a philosophy that if an element were to gain a stakehold in their city, it would quickly overwhelm their small police force. So they had a task force that rooted out crime and sent it back to where it came from. So if we do go towards substations at some of these shelters or campgrounds, we can nip the bad elements in the bud when they come in, that we don't allow this. And it'll be much easier to maintain a camp without those elements if we start off that way in the beginning than try to get behind the problem, let it get a foothold, and then like we are with homeless, we're going to have to spend a lot of resources to change it.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So first I want to express my thanks to Ms. Stoner and the Midtown Community Council. They've done extensive work and continue to do extensive work in the Midtown area, not just with regard to homelessness, but how to improve the Midtown area through Midtown district planning process and looking at a Midtown improvement district. And that community council is very activated. I think there's a few things I want to say about this because of the conversation, not because of the resolution. Mostly about the conversation, that it is really important to be specific in what you're trying to resolve and use specific language. If you're talking about crime, you are talking about a police response, and let's be specific about what we're talking about. If we are talking about behavioral health, let's be specific about the behavioral health needs we are talking about and look at bringing the right resources. We have funded the mobile crisis team. We have funded the mobile intervention team. And if you are talking about situations related to homelessness, let's talk about a homelessness response. When we start to conflate the three things and aren't specific about the situation needing to be addressed, we throw everything at it, and we are not efficient and we are not effective. And we need to be efficient and effective because we have limited resources. And in fact, when some of these resources get used for things unintended, like police as a homelessness response, you chill the effect of an effective actual homeless response because of police presence. So I think it is really important that we use specific language to describe the types of things we are wanting to address so that we can make specific decisions based on circumstances and not extrapolate and make use generalities and really just kind of, throw everything at it because we don't like the situation, because we're going to be really inefficient and we have such limited resources. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And I think I'll be just a little bit more specific. So in my professional background, I have many years of experience working in the addiction field. In my personal life, I have, because of the time when I grew up, been very educated by the real world on the impact of disease that is passed through needles and blood and other bodily fluids. And so I think I have a little bit of credibility to talk about the issue of harm reduction when it comes to needle usage and Narcan. And I would just offer that science, not emotion, but science backs the idea of providing harm reduction interventions where you can keep people from becoming deadly ill, where you can keep people from dying in a critical incident, where we can provide basic humanity. And so I personally believe that we should, in fact, be working with needle exchanges. We should, in fact, as we have asked and APD has committed to, and we should more broadly implement the use of Narcan wherever we can, because you don't know when it's going to be you who butts up a circumstance in which someone you know or yourself or someone you love is infected by a problem that comes because somebody's sick, or you're going to be the one standing above somebody who's dying and you don't know what to do. And so for my part, I just want to speak strongly for our municipality engaging in harm reduction activities wherever we can, because this whole conversation is about the harms that are coming from issues that are bigger than us and we need help with. And so I just would speak to the fact that while it might feel like it's doing wrong to provide someone a needle so they can continue being in their addiction, it's less wrong than letting someone transmit a disease that will then transmit to others and others and others and create a negative spiral or just die from a critical incident. So I just want to speak to that and look at Midtown Community Council, the conversation you sparked. So, Mr. Volland. I just said thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I could not agree more with you on the need for harm reduction, and I absolutely think that access to clean needles and Narcan are important. We don't want homeless people to die. Well, the best case scenario is we want them to have access to the health care that they need, and I think that health care includes behavioral health, it includes substance abuse recovery resources. I do feel that I need to maybe respectfully push back a little bit on some of the conversation from other members, or perhaps just be more specific, because what we're seeing at some of these more concentrated areas of camping, whether it's Cuddy Park, in Midtown, or if it's 3rd and Ingra, as you mentioned in your chair report, or if it's Davis Park in Mountain View, we are seeing in real time an actual conflation of public safety issues and homeless issues. And at 3rd and Ingra, over the past couple weeks, there's been gunshots, there's been violence, a little girl had a gun pulled on her. I mean, these are very real things that are happening in our community that need to be addressed, and that area needs a public safety response and a behavioral health response via MIT or MCT, not just a homeless response. And so while I certainly am supportive of a homeless response, I think that the community is rightfully issuing a rallying cry that we need more public safety support. And so all that to say, Midtown, Chris, thanks for being here. I hear you loud and clear. It's a very real issue, and we got to make some progress on it. Thank you.
Thanks. And just a final coda on what I had said. While harm reduction is essential, we should also be providing means to collect needles and get them off the ground, because that's where the real harm is.
Agreed.
So I don't know if anyone else wishes to speak to accepting this item, but the motion before us is a motion to accept. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Hold on, it's 10:03. On a vote of 11-0 on the youth member
Yes.
votes yes, AIM 160-2023 has been accepted. So next we have item 10F5, which is Assembly Information 162-2023, Internal Audit Report 2023-04, Sole Source Purchases, Purchasing Department. What's the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. All right, I'm hoping this one doesn't spur a 30-minute conversation. I pulled this item just to highlight that at some point soon, we're going to be reviewing the findings of this audit in the Municipal Audit Committee. There are some really good suggestions with regards to our purchasing process and code that are in this audit. So if members haven't read it, I would suggest you do. And thanks to our acting internal auditor for the great work on this report, Mr. Lee. Thank you so much. For today, though, I urge acceptance of this audit and then look forward to further discussion in committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I would have one request of the committee when you get it before you, and that is there were some identified contracts that didn't get approval. I would like the committee to identify which ones in its process, so we understand what exactly made it through the filter. Okay, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AIM 162-2023 has been accepted and will be heard at the audit committee. And we have back before us 10F1, Ms. Zalatel.
Ms. Elder, it doesn't look like we have that purchase order number readily available, so here's my idea. I think that this contract, MPO number, when it's available, should be emailed out to members so we can have complete information, and then next month's sole source report should include this line just indicating it was previously submitted and being resubmitted with additional information so that we have a complete record. And with that, I would urge that we go ahead and accept this item and move on.
Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AIM 158-2023 has been accepted, and I believe at this time we have concluded our consent agenda, and so we will now take our regularly scheduled break. Thank you, everybody. So we now have the unfinished business before us, section 11 of the agenda. The first item up is item 11A, AM 604-2023, Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors, Alden Thurn, Lance Wilbur. We have no motion pending. Was postponed from 8/8. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 604-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11B, Assembly Memorandum, AM 575-2023, Library Advisory Board, Donna Moats, Wendy Perkins, Stacy Lang, Amy Sims. Action was postponed from 7/5/2023. No motion is pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Myers. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to speak to my intent to vote no on all of these appointments. First, I want to say I appreciate the time that Ms. Lang took to be available for a phone conversation. I spoke with her and also noted her professional experience and her current service on the Parks and Recreation Committee, or Commission, I'm sorry. But the reason I recommend voting no on all of these appointees is I have serious concerns that the Library Advisory Board, with the individuals who are being put forward and also some current members of that board, are essentially going to be acting as a body to further a partisan purpose. And that is prohibited under our code, AMC 110-115C. It states that municipal resources shall not be used for political or partisan purposes. And I want to state partisan activity is defined in our code as an act for the purpose of supporting a party, a cause, or an action. So it's not just a political party. It has a very specific and, I guess, broader meaning than people might associate with partisan. And the reason I'm concerned is because there's information about these individuals, and just looking at the prior activities of these board members, essentially furthering what is a national partisan effort, some by organized and funded groups such as Moms for Liberty, but other related efforts that are essentially pushing the same agenda to attack our public libraries and schools and to further a hateful and discriminatory agenda specifically against LGBTQ youth and adults, but also more broadly against freedom of speech. Things such as book banning, such as banning programming such as the Drag Queen Story Hour from the public library. And so I'm just very concerned that the composition of this board, if these appointees are approved, will essentially give a platform for furthering this partisan agenda and will furthermore use municipal employee resources, the time that it takes to staff these boards to do that. And so again, we've been speaking for months about the concern about this library being a battleground for freedom of speech and for issues of importance to the community, and I just have serious concerns. And I also want to state that the administration has said that they want a policy of diversity of opinion on boards and commissions, and we've seen a consistent pattern with certain boards, including this one, of not allowing that diversity of opinion, but to be essentially stacking this board with allies that have one specific agenda. And so I personally want to speak against this, and I plan to vote no. Thank you.
Ms. Zalato.
Thank you, and thank you, Member Brawley, for your comments. I have a lot of similar concerns, except with regard to one member. So with that, I would move to bifurcate C2 from the rest of the slate.
So there's a motion to bifurcate seat 2. Is there a second?
I'll second.
So a motion by Ms. Zalato, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Ms. Zalato.
Thank you. Just as I stated, I have very similar concerns to Ms. Brawley, but can vote for one of these members. And so I would like to make that opportunity available.
All right. Anyone wish to speak to the motion to bifurcate? Ms. Braga.
I would not like to bifurcate. I have found that the seat 2 was touting election fraud, and I just feel like that's a slippery slope, and I feel like she is inappropriate for the seat as well.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take up the motion. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 4 to 7 and the youth member votes
No.
no, that motion fails, the amendment fails. So we have the main motion before us. Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Hearing and seeing none. Oh, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I share a lot of my members' concerns, and I agree that it's distressing the way in which our library has become, I think to borrow the term, a battleground, and it does concern me. Generally, I try to be pretty deferential, though, to the administration in their role to appoint people to commissions. And in the past, I have voted to confirm people whose, personal politics I strongly disagreed with. I've confirmed people in instances where I was confident that there was someone better suited to the role. But I did so because, again, I recognize that it is the role of the administration to appoint these commissions. And generally, as I abide by that, except in instances where I think we can speak to egregious misconduct or a failure to meet the basic qualifications. And I heard Ms. Brawley speak to her concerns that the people we're considering here for this commission would be there to serve a partisan purpose and perhaps support an agenda to, amongst other things, ban books, which I strongly disagree with. But I also, just in the cursory research I've done, haven't seen any specific statements of the intent of these individuals to carry out such actions. So if there is specific evidence we can point to where they have suggested that is in fact what they intend to do, if they are appointed to this body, I would like to have that information to inform my decision. But I'm hesitant to overly speculate on what somebody's agenda might be based solely on politics, whether I agree with their position or not.
All right, I have Mr. Quahias, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to allow Mr. Byrd to speak to this briefly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify the administration's understanding of Ms. Brawley and Ms. Branga's position as stated on the record. So through the chair to Member Brawley, do I understand that it is because of a partisan position that you will be voting no? Is that correct?
Mr. Byrd, my position is such that I believe that if a majority of the board members pursue partisan activities that they have done in the past, that this will violate municipal code and particularly put municipal employees in a difficult position. And I do not take this position lightly. I am concerned specifically about this board, given the current climate that we are in.
Thank you, through the chair, thank you, Member Brawley. I just want to be clear, does that rubric apply for the other side of this partisan issue? If we're going to put forward other candidates, that is, should we look for people who are on the other side of the partisan issue?
So I would ask you to be more clear, Mr. Byrd. What specific values are you positing are the other side?
I agree. Through the chair, I don't know what they are.
Right, so I think it's not fair to speculate on what side a member might be on and then not put forward when you say there's another side, what that other side is. And so I just want to be really clear that I don't know that that's a fair and germane question. I understand the point you're trying to get to, but let's be very careful there.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So through the chair, I just want to again state the administration's position. We're looking for qualified people who are interested in the library, who have spent time here with their families, and we're looking for people who may not have experience in the library, but we've kind of gone back and forth now the last few months about whether this is a citizen advisory body, and I think the body's been very clear that it is wholly advisory at this point. I think that's what the code change has made it out to be. So we are looking for people who are qualified by their education, but also qualified by being citizens who are engaged with the library. And if there are additional things that we need to look at in this rubric, I'm open to suggestions. What I heard from Member Brawley is that these are partisan positions, and I agree with the chair's interpretation. I'm not sure what that means. So we're not looking for partisans. We're looking for people who are engaged and are going to be here and follow the library advisory board and commit to the meetings. I just also wanted to, through the chair, respond to Member Bronga. Do I correctly understand that voter fraud allegations, that is why you'll be voting no for one of these candidates?
I went through and looked at public testimony from the four of them, and one was putting out lots of information about voter fraud here in Anchorage, which I feel ruins the integrity of our elections. Another was testified against HB 99, the ban of discrimination against transgender and different things. Sorry, that sounds really stupid. Also, there's another that testified that gender ideology harms children. If you looked at Anna Russell, Susan Falk, Julie Haskett, Jen Griffiths, Julie Graham, and Carrie Brown, who have all applied for the library board, you're not going to find public testimony that says that Christians are bad or that they're not going to have anything out there that sets them apart from other people. These are regular people who care about their library and they care about their community.
Thank you, Member Brawley, through the chair. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So next up in the queue, you have Ms. Braga. Okay. Ms. Brawley, actually you spoke already, Ms. Brawley, so I'm going to go through the queue and then we'll come back to you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. First, I salute anyone who wants to serve on a board or commission. It's a labor of love. It's a concern for the community. I'm a champion of freedom, so one of the things I wanted to just establish here is that we're voting on appointments to the Library Advisory Board. If we were voting on whether or not to allow people who will work against the public interest to the Library Advisory Board, and that was a clear vote, then I would be against anyone who's going to work against the public interest. And I believe myself as a champion of freedom, especially around literacy, education, and in our libraries. Now, having said that, though, I don't have a future ball, and I'm not a fortune teller, and I can't read the future. I can only hope that folks don't create more buffoonery in spaces that we need competency. But I do believe that there is some, from my vantage point, I have a give them rope mentality. You know, like the administration has some folks here. I actually do know Amy Sims, so let me just flash that as well. Amy Sims was a teacher at Family Partnership. My son went to Family Partnership. And so I know individuals, and every individual that may have different political vantage points. One vote today does not determine the future of the Library Advisory Board forever. And if these folks create noise and buffoonery, then I would expect that there will be actions taken to clean those things up. But I would hope that people step up to the greater good, stepping up into service, and that they could remove any partisan agenda and just be a part of the Library Advisory Board. And on that note, I do identify that these folks on paper are qualified, they are educated, they're capable, and they are willing. And so my perspective is to give deference to those choices. I would like to see more diversity from various backgrounds in our community, just that are represented across different ethnic, different nationalities, different other vantage points, but that's not a prerequisite to be why you're not going to get my support. So I will be supporting the slate today. I voted against bifurcation, be supporting the slate, but it's always with the perspective that if buffoonery ensues, you should expect the full weight of the public attention on cleaning that mess up. And so I hope we don't have more buffoonery, but that's what my position is today.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, you know, when we have conversations amongst ourselves, when we're in work sessions, we tell people, we say that we don't speak to people's motive. We just look at the qualifications, you look at the validity of the argument. And if my concern is that when we start interpreting or we start looking into what we conceive might be somebody's motive, you realize that would immediately eliminate any of us up here as far as serving on the Library Advisory Board because of positions or statements or positions we made in the past. So I'd prefer to just look at the qualifications and not go down and not go down what the idea of fear that an individual and I guess put motive where it may or may not exist. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you. You can take me out.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. I do appreciate Mr. Martinez's comments. You know, give people enough rope to hang themselves, and if they do, we'll step in to correct that. I would just make a suggestion to maybe Mr. Byrd. For me, I just appreciate future appointments if they just be individual at a time. It's hard when you have 4 at once. You know, if I have, I think it'd actually be faster for us to go through it that way. It would have to bifurcate. Thank you.
I would just speak procedurally to that. I am preparing a communication to the administration that says things will start to be rejected at this point if there's a bunch on one, because it doesn't give each member the opportunity to be heard on their merits, and then they're bunched in the portal. So I agree with that. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just again want to be clear that I'm referring to the code definition of partisan activity, which refers to a party, a cause, or an action. And I am speaking to my concern that I am worried that there is a risk of municipal resources being used in violation of code. So I requested information from council earlier about this to understand whether boards and commissions are subject to the rule, which they are, as well as the employees whose time is utilized to do that. And there's actually a long list of precedents from the Board of Ethics opinions that looks to interpret partisan activity very broadly. So I just want to state that. I also don't take this opposition lightly. In fact, I voted in favor of most of this administration's appointees, even ones that I had reservations of. And I will not say that I voted for every single one, but on the whole, I tried to give the deference that Mr. Johnson referred to. But in this particular case, I am expressing concern about a pattern of behavior I've heard and the larger national context of similar efforts to attack libraries, schools, and the freedom of speech, so I do not intend to vote in favor of these. And I will continue to watch this board, and I hope that that my concerns are unfounded.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So it was suggested that we should let them on. I think I appreciate the term, try to avoid buffoonery, and then clean up the mess if we have to. But there's no real vehicle to clean up the mess. So the code does, I authored a provision for removal, but it's very, very, very high. It's pretty much criminal activity to the point where everybody agrees. And that isn't, I think, what the question is before us today. And I think that it's always so interesting, this tension around the question of the judge of qualification. Every member has a right unto themselves to judge the qualification presented to them for whatever reason. No other judge can reach into your brain and tell you how you have to vote. This is your right and your right only. And so no opprobrium from the sidebar, no objections should actually weigh in on that. You have to make this call for yourself. I can say that the term buffoonery came up after the actions of the Library Advisory Board in relationship to a meeting when they came fully prepared, a minority or a majority actually of the group at the time, to vote to ban a book. Let's Talk About It was called. And when they realized that this body had changed the code to ensure that the Library Advisory Board was advisory, there were tantrums thrown. There were literal tantrums thrown where members threw up their hands, shouted, left the dais, I'm going to speak as a member of the public, but then continued to participate as a member of the board from where the audience sits. It was just one of the most psychodrama scenes I've ever seen performed at a municipal board. All because this faction was intending to ban a book and had that right taken from them because they were an advisory board, not an adjudicatory board. And so this Library Advisory Board raises a lot of special consideration when it comes to the question of qualification because it's not about, are you this party, are you that party? It's not about, have you said untoward things here or there, which all of us have, I'm sure. It's about, can you meet the mission, and are you qualified to that mission? And I'm not sure. At least one of these members I know has communicated to me in a way that makes me a no, because of the way they communicated to me about my humanity. And my humanity is a basis of qualification. If you reject my humanity, you aren't qualified because I am a member of this public and this is my library. And so I hate to make it personal because this is a question of the public, but there is for sure one member that I cannot vote yes for. And so I'm going to wait and listen. We have the youth member who is here and we have Mr. Rivera, but those are the things I'm weighing because I'm a human being and and the people like me deserve to be respected in this community just like everyone else. Mr. Terrell.
So I've been a long-term user of the library, and I am in full support of the freedom of speech and freedom of access to information. And the potential for someone to ban books or attempt to ban books because of their ideology is at the least concerning. This is an advisory position, and I'm conflicted on whether or not to vote because of their potential partisanship, but I think that is the potential to ban books because of your ideology is a threat to the library and to the public's property. And so it's truly concerning and unfortunate.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a really interesting conversation to sit back and listen to. One of the duties that that we have to the municipality is to the public interest, to the public good. And, to that effect, I think we all have different ways that we try to achieve that public interest and that public good. And for me, when it comes to boards and commissions, appointments, any of them, I've said this 1,000 times, so you all know, my qualifications my criteria are twofold. Qualifications, of these 4, there was one that really didn't meet the qualifications for me, seat 3. The other ones possibly could have. And then the idea of do no harm. Now, I will say the idea of do no harm, I think, requires you to do a lot more digging, to do a lot more research on the candidates to see if they meet that idea or not. And it sounds like Ms. Brawley has done that work, and it sounds like she believes that putting these individuals on this board will create harm to the integrity of the board and to our library system. So I am inclined to support Ms. Brawley in this vote. I think, I'll end with saying, I really think the issue here isn't so much about how we are judging these individuals. The real issue here is that the administration needs to bring us quality candidates to put on these boards. So I am going to really encourage the administration, as you go through your process, your vetting process, to find quality candidates for all of the boards and commissions. They could be whatever political ideology, it doesn't matter, as long as they are quality candidates. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I as I said before, I'm fairly differential, and I think that continues to be my guiding framework by and large. And while I share concerns about what these people might do, I'm also not going to necessarily prejudge them just based on the concern that they may do something distasteful or in violation of code, because frankly, they haven't done it yet. So I don't want to prejudge. But the chair spoke to one of these people, I believe you said, challenging your humanity. And I don't know which person it was, or I don't know what exactly the conduct was, but that's something that feels like it crosses a line in the sand to me. And I wish I knew more about what specifically happened there, but if somebody is engaging in rhetoric or conduct that makes anyone in our community or a member of this body feel that they are somehow less than human, that is, in my mind, unacceptable. And so on that ground, I am going to be voting no tonight.
Ms. Zalato.
Thank you. I feel a little bit like Groundhog's Day when we have these boards and commission appointees come up before us. I would just say that it's really frustrating to hear from constituents who apply for boards and commissions who don't hear back or don't feel like they're being considered. And I think, in fact, the candidates coming before us, the ones that are controversial, are having a chilling effect on getting more and more applicants to want to fill these roles. We're doing our due diligence, and I think in doing so and expressing concerns when they arise puts us in a position of doing our jobs, which is great, but then has the unintended consequence of possibly being chilling on folks who want to serve on these roles and either have put in their applications, haven't heard back, or frankly, look just as qualified as everyone else or even more so and aren't getting put forward. And we don't really have much insight into that. And I understand the appointments come through the mayor's office at the discretion of the mayor, but I feel like we've been fairly clear about what types of candidates we're looking for these types of roles. So I'm hoping we can find a way forward so that this doesn't have to become, a really long conversation every time we have appointments, because these boards and commissions have work to do, and it's really important that they can do that work, but within the bounds of municipal code and the expectations of our community. Thank you.
So, Mr. Colhase, on behalf of the mayor, Mr. Byrd, for the second time.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to respond to Member Zalatel's comments through the chair. thank you. If you are having constituents that have applied, I know Richard Whitney and myself have made the effort, and Richard more so than myself, to respond to candidates who have questions about their applications. As I've already told the body, we keep applications because it could be down the road that we have an open seat and we have somebody who's qualified. So we never reject anybody. We do make selections, and that's the mayor who makes those selections, not Richard, not me. But we can always do it. We can always communicate better. So I appreciate the feedback. And if there are people out there who have not heard from our office about their candidacy, we'll respond to them as best we can. And Mr. Chair, I also wanted to address Mr. Salt's comments about the slate of candidates. When I started doing this back in March, you may recall, the administration was encouraged to bring forward a lot of appointees, and I hope it's safe to say that both branches now agree that maybe we've crossed that whatever the apex was, or whatever the nadir. So if what I'm hearing now, the body would like us to bring forward onesies and twosies rather than a slate, we can do that.
Yeah, I can speak briefly to that. It's not so much the volume. The volume is good. Let's get as many as we can. It's that each one is an individual. So each one gets their own number. So each one has its own record within our database and in our record-keeping system. That's the ideal. When we had scores of issues, there was just no way to take them all up individually as we were trying to correct the record of the last 15 years of less than ideal record-keeping. And so that long preceded any administration or any of us on the Assembly. But the idea now is, ideally, each of these comes forward individually, so each one gets a review on their own merits, and not everyone is bunched together, and other people have to get the backsplash of one individual's qualifications.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone further? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 4 to 7, item 11B, and the youth member votes?
No.
On 11B, AM 575-2023 has failed to pass the body. Next, we have item 11C. 11C is AO 2023-48, an ordinance repealing Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.97, naming of municipal buildings, other fixed facilities, and public places.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was closed 4/18/2023 at a special meeting. Action was postponed from 4/18/2023 and 7/25/2023. There's no motion pending. Ms. Alatel.
Yep. Move to postpone indefinitely.
A motion to postpone indefinitely has been made.
Second.
Thank you. A motion was made to postpone indefinitely and seconded. Ms. Alatel, would you speak to that?
Sure. At this point, we're hoping that whatever version is coming forward could be reintroduced. And I know Mr. Perez-Verdia and Mr. Rivera have been working on this, but our hope is that we had understood there would be an intention to postpone this item tonight, and just maybe a clean version could come forward for reintroduction, and we could move forward from there.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the intent behind the motion, but I am not supportive of the motion. We are very close to finishing up the product. In fact, if we had a meeting next week, I think we'd be able to have that product here and we'd be able to vote on it. So the motion that I would prefer is to vote down this one, postpone it one more meeting. We'll have the final product ready for a vote, and that way we can get it done. Because if we have to reintroduce it, then there's another public hearing and more process. I'd like to just get it done. Thanks.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, agreed with Member Rivera. I'm also a co-sponsor on this project and have actually been on the project since before Member Rivera joined. And I think we're getting close, and I would like to keep rolling. Thank you.
Ms. Brongo.
I just wondered, is it appropriate to say what changes are coming forward to know whether I want to wait to vote?
Is it okay if I answer the question? A lot of the changes that we're incorporating are changes based on the feedback that we heard from our colleagues in the work session that we had. And so hopefully the final version that we'll have done soon will be reflective of that feedback.
Mr. Cross.
Are you intending to have another work session on your S version or your amended version before we vote on it, or is it minor changes? I mean, I don't want us to spend 30 to 40 minutes debating it on the floor, if we can avoid it.
May I respond to that, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think, and maybe my co-sponsor will agree or not, I don't think the changes are sufficient enough to require another work session. I think we'll do our best to outline whatever the changes are in the AM, and I think they'll be self-explanatory. I believe that once we actually get to the debate, it should be a rather quick debate. I mean, you never know how these things go, but hopefully put the vibes out there that it'll be a quick debate. Thank you.
Then through the chair, then I would respectfully withdraw my second to postpone indefinitely.
We're not done. Hold on. I want to speak to this item.
Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Rivera, this public hearing closed in April. So it will be 6 months after the public hearing happened, and we will have 2, I believe, S versions that we'll have rolled through. And so in some ways, it's really not fair to the public, even if the changes aren't so substantial that we're moving forward with this item, having concluded a public hearing half a year ago. And so, right, but if we're, and so you just said, why don't we just reopen the public hearing? So the theory there, though, is come up with a clean version that has everything exactly how you want it without any markup, so that when the item comes forward, it is only the item itself without all of the history and baggage that comes with it. And so I understand it might not mean much to folks that we have the clean version and we can reopen the public hearing, but it just for record-keeping purposes, it might be nice to have a really clean new version so everybody can read it as it is, instead of the 3 iterations from where it started to how it got here. So, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I appreciate that. I think what we can do, if there is a will to reopen the public hearing, because it's been a while since we've heard from the public, at least in this setting, on the ordinance. We have been talking to members of the public on the ordinance itself. But if we want to have another public hearing in this setting, we can reopen it. And we've done it in the past where we have had S's and S1s and S2s and S3s, and we've had clean versions of those added for the record so that members of the public and ourselves can easily follow what the changes are. So that would be my suggestion as a compromise, is that we can reopen the public hearing for the meeting of September 12th, and then we will make sure that a clean version of the ordinance gets added to the agenda in a timely manner.
Mr. Volland?
Thanks. Again, I'm agreed with my co-sponsor. You know, definitely amenable to having another round of public testimony. But I think I would think the opposite. I think it would be helpful for members to have in front of them the evolution of this document that, again, we are changing in response to the feedback that we heard. And members who want to can go back and watch the recording of that work session. And like Member Rivera said, we can provide an AM detailing what those changes are. But I think it's important to see how this document has evolved, and I trust my colleagues to be able to go through those documents and read the legislative drafting and know what those changes are.
All right, it looks like the members will get their way. I am just going to be more hard on dilatory processes where the public gets left behind, because there are some. One of them was a year long. It was a tax measure. It took a year, but we kept having the public hearing open, and anyhow, so on this one, members may proceed to vote. I don't think it worked.
So point of order, I think Kevin withdrew his second.
I think both have to withdraw once the item is in the possession of the body. Mr. Gates?
Excuse me, I'm actually looking, but if I understand right, there was a motion and a second, and only the second was withdrawn. But You know, I don't think I've usually seen that situation. What you usually see is the mover withdrawing the motion with consent of the second.
I think we just vote and get through the process. So any objection, members proceed to vote. On a vote of 4 to 7, the motion fails. Youth member votes.
No.
Now, the motion.
If I may, Mr. Chair. So I'll go ahead and make the motion to reopen the public hearing for the meeting of September 12th.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Any discussion? As soon as the clerk catches up, we'll have a vote. Mr. Bond. IT?
I don't have anything on my screen.
There we go.
I vote yes.
Okay, if you can vote, go ahead and vote. Mr. Constant, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Volland, how do you vote?
Yes.
Click him back in.
We just broke the system. All right, on 11, a vote of 11 to 0, and the youth member votes.
Yes.
The item is postponed to the meeting of September the 12th. Yeah, with the reopened public hearing. Next up, we have the scofflaw, AO 2023-67, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly repealing Anchorage Municipal Code Section 9.28.035, known as the scofflaw law.
Waive reading.
Thank you. We had AM 230-2023. The public hearing was closed. 7/25/2023. Action was postponed. No motion was pending. We also have an S1 version, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending or repealing Anchorage Municipal Code Section 9.28.035 to raise amounts of delinquent fines to trigger vehicle abatement operated by delinquent offenders and update the definition of traffic fine. We also have AM 661-2023. I believe at this point we have no motion pending.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. I move to approve the S1 version.
Second.
Motion to approve the S1 version by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Mr. Rivera.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I believe you have an amendment, so I am fine with you going through your amendment, and then I can speak generally to the motion.
Go ahead.
So I move constant amendment number 1.
Second.
Mr. Constant?
Thanks. So one of the things that we had some substantial public testimony, should the scofflaw law remain on the books, is tying the timeline of fines that can be accounted against an individual to a point in time so it's not indefinite and forever. And so the proposal here is to increase the amount of fines within 5 years, and for the purpose, excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, you're being disrupted, please don't. For the purposes of the section, fines older than 5 years from the date of the fine become delinquent may not be used to calculate a person's total delinquent traffic fine. So what it does is it ensures that it's not forever. You know, forever seems like a really long time. And so I don't like the idea of us not having some mechanism available, but I do like the idea of bounding it. And so I would urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Seeing no one else, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Zalatel made the motion. Who seconded?
Mr. Rivera, you seconded?
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn, sorry.
Thank you. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt, how do you vote?
On a vote of 9-2, the amendment passes. Now we have the main motion as amended before us, and the youth member votes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I have in the queue now on the main motion, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've had a lot of discussion on this ordinance. So I'm not going to belabor my prior points on why I think the full repeal is the best policy decision that we could make tonight. That's not what we have before us. Instead, I want to go over the S1 version briefly. I will say I want to give a kudos to Assembly Council for doing a really good job with the AM that was attached to the S1 version. I think it really laid out the changes, but I'll talk through those quickly. It adds a few components that I think are really address some of the integral equity issues of this scofflaw program. They shouldn't really be new, some of them. We talked about them in the work sessions, we heard them in the public hearing, we've heard them in the emails. So first is a change in the system of how our program is operated, which falls in line with the Ombudsman's recommendation that we should mirror the state DMV program, which relies on moving violations that result in points for violations. I imagine this is going to be a shift for how our local program works, probably a big one, and it's probably going to take some time to implement. So I am willing to give that grace and that time period for implementation. I will rely on advice from the administration on how long that they need for that kind of implementation. But overall, I think that this gets us much closer to the idea of targeting specific negative driving behaviors and not casting as wide of a net as the current program does. I know I heard that from several of my colleagues of, I don't really understand what this program does. Why is it so the net is so wide on everything that is included in the scofflaw program. So this really, I think, narrows it down to the specific negative driving behaviors. I think the second change helps to reduce the financial burden to vehicle owners who are not on the scofflaw, but let someone borrow their car who is on the scofflaw. And the third change allows individuals to enter into a payment plan with the municipality, and if they are current in their payments and in good standing, they're able to continue driving and using their vehicle. I think that's an important provision. Overall, I think that this S1 version is a good compromise between the idea of a full repeal and keeping the status quo. As I said multiple times, I was not... I appreciate the administration's S version, but I just don't think it goes far enough. I think this S1 version, makes some pretty substantial changes that will make the program, although, in my opinion, still inequitable, a little bit more equitable than it was in the past. I think to close, one of the ideas that I had asked to be incorporated into this ordinance was a little bit tricky to figure out by the addendum deadline, but it was the idea of some type of scofflaw holiday where folks can pay a meaningful amount to them to be taken off the list. If you look at the list right now, there's like 9,000 individuals or so on the list. I think the list is ridiculous and frankly is just one of the points to why this program is not as effective as it possibly could be. But it allows for a refresh of the program as we transition to this new system if the ordinance is approved. I wasn't able to squeeze that into the ordinance today, but if this ordinance is approved, I'm going to revisit that idea with the Assembly Council and consider bringing a separate ordinance forward to the body. With that, I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote yes, with the caveat of I'm open to the idea of an amendment to change the effective date if the administration needs time to implement the ordinance, which I imagine they're going to speak to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Member Rivera for bringing this forward so we got a chance to re-examine this, particularly after the original memorandum we received from the Ombudsman. I support the idea of a fine holiday. I was actually talking with a former mayor who said that a prior fine holiday was very effective, especially at making it a more meaningful list and not just name upon name upon name. I'd also like to explore the idea of kind of a retroactive applicability with regard to the paper fines. If they wouldn't have counted, can we just forgive them as another way to maybe effectuate a holiday? Because we're saying moving forward, they won't count. So why not just take a look back and see if we can't use that as a way to further refine the list? I agree, this is a compromise. I think that for the most serious offenders where there are points put on their license and they're engaged in very dangerous behavior, this is a tool. I don't think it's the most effective tool law enforcement has, but it's a tool. I wouldn't want to take the tool away completely. But I think that we shouldn't just let the scofflaw sit on the shelf and get dusty again, and maybe bring this back somewhat regularly, making sure the program continues to do as it's intended and keep it fresh, because a tool is only as good as its usefulness, and a 9,000 person list is definitely not terribly effective right now. Thank you.
Next in the queue, I have Member Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with a lot of what Member Zolotel just said. I like both of those ideas about retroactively removing those fines from the list that would no longer apply, and the idea of a fine holiday. It was so interesting looking through that list, how many were on there that it was just one or two citations. They got them on the list. For me, it's been interesting to square this item, having respect for personal property, and not having people taken advantage of, unintentionally. But also the fact that cars are dangerous. They are inherently dangerous. They're part of our normal lives. We all use them to get around. But safe driving is important, and driving is a privilege. And I feel like this S1 version captures both of those realities. It is a good compromise. I appreciate Member Rivera's work on this, and I feel like this is reflective to some of the feedback that we heard both from the administration and from APD. So happy to support this. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I also appreciate Member Rivera's work and coming up with this compromise, and I feel very good about most of what's in here. And in fact, in spirit, I think I feel pretty agreeable with all of it. But just the part that gives me pause, and I will ask this as a question, is paragraph P about allowing people to enter a no payment plan. I like the intent of that. I just wonder about the practicality of implementing it. And I see we have Chief Curl here, and I don't want to put him on the spot. I don't know if he's interested in speaking on it, or if perhaps if Member Rivera kind of looked into what it would actually take to pull this off. Again, I like the idea of it, but it just feels like this is could potentially be a heavy lift to actually put this into practice. And so I thought about, offering an amendment to removing this, but before taking that step, I would just like to see if we actually have a plan for how to pull that part off.
Yeah, thanks. So, I think for me, one of the big reasons why I put a payment plan option here is that if you look at the state scofflaw program, they do have a payment plan option that goes through, I believe, the court system. And I think it would behoove us if the intent is to try to get people off the list, get people back into compliance, that we try to make it as easy as possible for people to do that. And so I fully realize and respect that for Treasury to set up a payment plan would probably be a little bit of a logistical lift for them to do, but I have full faith that Treasury can do it, and if they need a little bit of a leadway, a little bit of time to get the staffing, get whatever resources that they need to implement it, I am fully supportive of that effort, and hopefully Mr. Kohlhase will agree with that. Thank you.
Speaking of it, Mr. Kohlhase.
Mr. Chair, if I may, without taking away the administration's opportunity to comment, there was a specific question about a payment plan, and actually Alden Thurn is probably the best position to speak to that.
I don't know if that does come outside of the opportunities the mayor has to speak, but we'll judge that when we get to it. Mr. Thurn.
Good evening. I am not a proponent of payment plans. I'm just going to get that right out of the box right now. You could guarantee that we need an extra staff person right off the bat, so I don't even want to let anybody believe that this is a no-cost type option that we have here. There is a lot of concerns that I have with payment plans, and I can go through a long list of them here, but the tracking, and you're well aware we have over 5,000, 9,000, it's a huge amount, and if you raise the dollar amount, then that number will come down. But if you can imagine a payment plan that you set up, minimum of $50, 1/12 of the amount, some of these people owe $7,000, $8,000. As soon as you set up that payment plan, it's a point in time. And then a week later, they have another fine. How do you go and adjust what they now owe with what the payment plan has already been set up at? You're constantly, every day, having to go through a process and looking at the people to determine did they pay, not pay, how does this adjustment happen to be able to do that? That is an extremely onerous process. I'm not saying it can't be done, but it would be a very, very, very manual and time-consuming process. This is not going to be something that's done by the police department or the law department. This is, strictly embedded in the Treasury Department. So I have concerns about that. I have concerns about PFD language. If you're well aware, I'm going to read this. This came from the Treasury. This is one of their concerns. Every case that is transferred from the court has a writ of execution that allows us to collect on the judgment. The writ commands us to satisfy the judgment by seizing the defendant's PFD. Even if they are in a payment plan, if there is an amount due at PFD time, we must garnish them the entire amount, not just the amount as a part of the payment plan. That is a requirement. So you can't just be taking a portion of their PFD for the purposes of these things. It has to be the entire amount to pay towards that. So how does that factor into a payment plan? I have concerns with regards to that. As I mentioned, the staff would be daily having to continue to adjust as most of these people are at those high dollar amounts because they have a lot of fines that they keep carrying. So to think that at a point in time they arrange a payment plan that they will never have another one that shows up shortly thereafter, how does that affect the payment plan? Who's determining what the amounts are? If somebody goes and says, hey, I'm able to pay $100, but they owe $7,000, and now they're on a payment plan, does that take them off the law, even though the scofflaw list, even though they may have $7,000 left to be able to pay? 1/12 of $7,000 is $700-800. So you cannot have people saying that I can only afford 50 or 100. Are we into that particular position trying to determine if that person's able to afford those kind of things? You put a huge burden on the Treasury Department in kind of trying to agree with people on what they can do and what they can't do. I'm just trying to get all the items here that I have a long list that was brought up by the Treasury Department with this particular thing. I don't believe there's any concern about the dollar amount going up and some of the other things that you're talking about. We can make programmatic changes to make sure the list is effective and those kind of things, but there are many, many issues and very, very manual processes that will have to be determined if you go to a payment plan option, and I would beg you to consider the efforts that our departments are having to do to manage the daily work and intakes that they have. And this is not like it's 10 people or 15 people. We're talking thousands of people here that could be running these particular plans. So I'll stop right there. I've got a lot of other notes on the payment plan, but that's my particular concerns with regards to what you're doing here. I don't believe it's defined, and I don't believe that you really truly realize the administrative burden of trying to administer and manage that kind of an opportunity.
So if I interpret your speaking as a response to a question kind of asked by Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, you would still have the floor.
Thank you, then. If I still have the floor, then I would like to make a motion to amend, if that's reasonable at this time.
You have that authority.
All right. Well, then I would like to make a motion to remove paragraph P.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Brawley. The motion is to delete section P. Would you like to speak to that motion?
Yeah, just briefly. I think Mr. Thurn's testimony and answering the question was pretty compelling. And again, while I kind of like the intent of what this tries to achieve, it sounds like it's simply impractical. And I think I would just like to note as well that, we are raising the threshold to $2,500, and we're also narrowing the scope of the infractions that even count towards that $2,500 to just the moving violations. So it takes a fair bit of work, I would say, for someone to accumulate $2,500 within the course of 5 years for just moving violations like that. That requires, I think, a fairly consistent pattern of violating our traffic laws to get there. So we already kind of narrowed the scope there. And so I think, in my mind, that means this is probably less necessary. And then also, I'd like people to keep in mind, you can, people who are on this list can sort of voluntarily enter into an informal payment plan simply by paying off these violations. So they still have a mechanism whereby perhaps even if, I believe that even if you can't pay down the total $3,000, $5,000 you owe, that you could still pay off these citations with the courts and thereby, progressively lower the amount owed. And so I don't think this is necessary, but it does sound like it's impractical.
Just taking care of some technical issues. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate Mr. Johnson's move, as I was about to do the same thing, and for the same reasons. But I also want to state that that I also have serious concerns about the PFD garnishment program, so I'm interested in learning more about that, not at this particular time. But I also am concerned that if we, if this payment plan is the sticking point and then this ordinance does not pass, I think it would be a detriment because we know there are serious flaws in this program. And so if that is the way to get us to making the changes that need to be made, then I would support that. And I also would love to look at other ways that we basically use monetary fines to punish people, because I think there are consequences for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. This is difficult because this S1 version was difficult for me to author because I believe so strongly that this program is just a bad, ineffective program. But I bent backwards, and now you all are asking me to bend even more. I might break my back, but we'll see. There's one reason why I have a great difficulty with this amendment, and that is specifically in that subsection P, lines 30 through 33, and I'll just read them. A vehicle operated by persons current and in good standing with their payment plan shall not be abated under this section, but the vehicle may be seized as authorized by other law. So we're effectively telling folks, even if you have a payment plan, we're not giving folks that opportunity to have a payment plan, to get in good standing, and to keep their vehicle. So I would suggest maybe there's a way to finesse this amendment where we keep that language in lines 30 to 33, and maybe perhaps finesse it with a vehicle operated by persons current and in good standing with some other payment plan set up through the court system, or something like that, where we acknowledge if a payment plan exists through the court system, and they're in good standing with that payment plan through the court system, that they are able to retain their vehicles.
Mr. Rivera, would you mind asking Mr. Thurn his thoughts on that? I know this is not your favorite thing, but...
Yeah, Mr. Thurn, can you let me know what you think about that?
Currently, judges, when they do that, they do allow payment plans to be set up, and then the payment plan is paid to the court, and on a monthly basis, the court pays the police department all of the charges or all the fines that were done. So that is a common practice that is currently available, and it works, but we're not managing the payment plan and so forth. It's set up by the court, they pay the court pays the APD and so forth. So I believe there's already a current process in place to be able for them to create a payment plan with the court as a part of their solution of their issues.
Right. Can you refine that question?
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Yes, I agree with you that there is the process. What this language says, though, is that if you have a payment plan set up, and let's say we change this language so it says, if you have a payment plan set up with the court system, and you're in good standing with that payment plan with the court system, and you get pulled over again, that your car is not going to be abated by the scofflaw. Your car could be abated or, seized by other law. But as long as you're in good standing with a payment plan, then your car won't be abated under scofflaw.
Okay. So the police department's going to look to see whether you're on the scofflaw list to make a determination whether your car is going to be abated. They are not going to check to see if a person has a payment plan with us or the court or anybody like that. So as such, if that particular requirement, we would have to incorporate that requirement into the programming that's done by the Treasury, that's the creator of the scofflaw list. And then if that indeed was occurring, then they would come off the scofflaw list because of that. And then the police department, when they looked for that particular person, if they were pulled over again, they would see that they're not on the list. That's how they're going to make that. But I believe some kind of a programmatic change. What I don't know is the communication between the court system and the Treasury Department, because Treasury is not involved in that because the money goes directly to the police department. So in concept, it would take communication, but I don't think we currently have that in place.
I have another way you might ask that question. Through Mr. Rivera, if you had a choice, which would you choose?
What were my choices?
That the muni sets up a payment plan system, or the code refers to the state and the court's payment plan system?
We are not going to want a payment plan system through the municipality of Anchorage Treasury Department.
So the courts. We have a bunch of people in the queue. I guess it'll take us a while to get through this. Ms. Brongo.
I just was going to suggest that there are other ways to pay off fines. If you really want your car back, maybe you enter a payment plan with people you know instead of always using the city as your piggy bank. These people, as I understand it, have amassed a large amount of fines, and maybe it sounds like the motivation wasn't there, but now we're making a lot of changes that's just moving violations. We've changed the amount. I'm not positive that they need the payment plan for this. If they really want their car, they'll figure it out.
All right, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I do have a question, and then I have maybe a suggestion. How does it work if partial payment is made and the individual would drop below the threshold? So if you owe $5,000 in fines, you pay $3,000 of that, and you're now below the $2,500 threshold.
Well, currently it's $1,000, so we'll just use it as that example. Somebody owed $1,100. If they came in and paid $150, which they're able to do, come to the Treasury Department, they would be removed from the scofflaw list because they're below the $1,000 threshold.
Okay.
And they can come make a payment. It's not a payment plan. They just happen to be paying on it. But as long as it puts them below the threshold, they come off the scofflaw list until they go back up again because the next...
Well, that's making some assumptions I'm not willing to make right now. So I think what might be able to help preserve what Mr. Rivera is trying to get at is keeping that sentence in this paragraph in section P, and maybe something about it being good standing with an authorized or available payment plan. Doesn't have to be yours, whichever one we want to acknowledge, right? And so it would basically require, this is how I envision it, you tell me if I'm wrong, please, that the money comes from the court system to Treasury. It basically starts to drop their fine, right? Because we would record that it came from that source versus the person walking into Treasury, and therefore they would then no longer remain on the scofflaw list because they were in compliance with an authorized payment plan. So there'd be two routes, well, three routes to getting off the scofflaw list. One, pay it in full. Two, partial payment to drop you below the threshold. And three, have the court system providing money on your behalf to APD because you are basically under garnishment and in an authorized payment plan. That doesn't put much onus on Treasury. It's not without some, but it's not a lot. And I still think it gets to the intent of Mr. Rivera's amendment, or original language. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to Mr. Thurn. How real-time is the data transfer between making a payment and the patrol car having information whether or not there's a person still on a scofflaw list?
A list is created every day, so it's run through our IT system on a daily basis. Now, what I would speculate that the ones that are set up through the court system, what I was told is though that money comes and is remitted like on a monthly basis to the police department, so it might take a while for that, but if they came in and made a payment to the Treasury Department, it would be registered, and if it dropped them below the threshold for the scofflaw, they would come off the following day. So, but there's every day it runs, and by the way, it's on the Muni website. You can go right to it, and if you look at the top header, it says 8/22 and the time the report was run. So my assumption is that's what that shows that it was run today.
Mr. Constant.
Thanks. So this one is interesting. I don't know enough about how it operates to be an expert. I assume that the officer just looks at the list then results in an action being the car is taken. What comes to mind with this idea of setting up a payment plan is, where's the burden of proof? And what comes to mind in that is, like, if somebody is on the scofflaw and they have a payment plan, is it possible that somehow it's the responsibility of the individual to demonstrate that they're in good standing on some plan? And I don't know how that would work, because I think that's one step removed from reality. Reality is the actions all taking place all at once, and most people aren't going to carry in their pocket or their wallet some certificate of agreement with the court that they're going to pay. But it would be, I would be interested in finding some way to shift the burden so they have to demonstrate that they are in good standing somehow, which, of course, with these individuals who generally tend to fall, are falling through the cracks for a number of reasons, which would lend one to think they just generally don't have that ability. So I'm still kind of in a corkscrew on how to figure that out, because I see it from both sides. And if there were some way to shift the burden to the individual who we're giving this benefit to, the benefit of the doubt, if you will, then I would be more strong in support of it. I just don't know how it's kind of hard. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I'd like to amend the amendment, please. I would like to retain line 33 through line 36, where it reads, a vehicle operated by persons current and in good standing with their payment plan shall not be abated under this section, comma, but the vehicle may be seized as authorized by law. Then making a change to line 34, where it says with and authorized instead of the word there.
Second.
So we have an amendment proposed by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Volland. I think we're going to take a minute to let the clerk get this. So hold on just a minute, folks. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So I think this creates a mechanism, and then we can see what's possible. Mr. Constant's point is one that's well taken on the implementation side, but
we want to pause for a sec?
Mr. Rivera has requested a 5-minute break, and so we'll come back. Ms. Zalatel will have the floor. We can start over at the germaneness of the amendment, and we'll be back. Back to order. Ms. Zalatel has the floor. There was a proposed amendment, but should we allow Mr. Rivera the floor, Ms. Zalatel? Sure. Mr. Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor. I think after intense negotiations, I think we are in a place where Ms. Zalatel's amendment provides the sufficient ambiguity, which I know that some folks in the Department of Law don't like, but I do think it provides the sufficient ambiguity where I think the intent and enactment of this particular provision is going to be somewhat similar to what the chair stated, which is that an individual would have to work with the court system to have some type of notarized document that says that they are in a payment plan system, and to show said notarized document to an officer if they are pooled while on the scofflaw list. That adds, I think, additional burden, but I think there is willingness to do education on that additional burden to give folks the opportunity and to take advantage of that. So I think Ms. Zolotel's amendment is sufficient, and I think the administration believes that they can implement it.
So, Ms. Zolotel, I put myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I agree with all of that I just heard, but the notarized piece, I don't know how we could secure from the court or require the court to provide a notarized document. So I don't know that that's actually manageable, but I'm very willing to hear more. Ms. Zolotel, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I think we can get at that maybe a different way. These court system payments actually have an online system where you can make a payment. You can see the payments you've made toward your debt that's been imposed by the court. So I'm wondering if maybe just a printout of your court system, through CourtView would be sufficient. I get third party or some kind of verification, right? I think that's what you're looking for. Some kind of verification from somewhere. I'm looking for some kind of indication to say that that might be the case. Okay, yes. Then I think that there are ways to do that, and I think that we can move forward with the amendment and then learn more about the implementation. And I would ask that if it's going to be as onerous as a notarized statement, that that issue be brought back to us and we can see if we can't figure out another policy route. Thank you.
Ms. Bronga.
So I'm for just completely striking P, but if the section that Ms. Zolotel wants to amend with, if it just said making payments, not a payment plan, Chief Curl and Mr. Thurn said that you can make payments. So if they're making payments and they can prove they're making payments, but the plan thing may be where we're getting a bit sideways.
Did you take yourself out of the queue, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, for now.
All right, thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thank you. I appreciate what you're trying to do here. I think it's probably the right thing to do. I'm just not sure that if someone's already exceeded $2,500 in fines, is this the same kind of person that's going to enter into a payment plan? Or like it's been stated prior, all you have to do is make a payment to drop yourself below the $2,500 limit and you're back off the list. So I struggle with what we're trying to do. I kind of get it, but I'm not sure that it's going to have the effect with the people on this list that are butting up against 2,500 or over. Thank you.
All right, so we have an amendment before us. The amendment is to retain as item P, line 30, a vehicle operated by persons current and in good standing with an authorized payment plan shall not be abated under this section, but the vehicle may be seized as authorized by other law. If no one else is in the queue on the amendment, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 6-5, the amendment fails and the youth member votes.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thanks. So without some way to remedy getting off the scofflaw list, I think I am probably going, to use that, because basically we're saying it's okay if you come in and pay in Treasury, but it's not okay, we can't give you credit if you've set up to make the payments through basically paying off a judgment or a fine with the court system. I mean, that's a real disconnect for me. I feel like that's really unfair, and while I appreciate all of the other changes in this, I think I would just go back to let's get rid of it. So that's where I'm at. This is kind of going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back for me, so I'm going to vote no, and if for some reason this fails, I'll just move the original version. Thanks.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thanks. This was my worst case scenario, the nightmare scenario that this might happen. So what I'm going to suggest is that maybe we do the opposite. If folks feel really strongly to just do the full repeal, let's do that vote first, and then let's do the vote on the S1 version as amended. And I will say, though I am disappointed in that last vote, it doesn't mean that that conversation is over. I've already said I'm going to bring back some type of ordinance dealing with a scofflaw holiday. You damn well better expect that that issue is going to be brought back here. I will work collaboratively with the administration, and we'll hope to get the necessary votes to get something like that passed. Thank you.
So, Mr. Collis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we're on the S1, the main motion on the S1 now, is that correct?
No, I think we're on the amendment. We were amending the amendment. So the amendment strikes the payment plan, section P. That's where we are now.
Oh, so we're not, okay. I will withdraw myself from the queue, thank you.
All right, so now I think what I heard was a proposal to take up the other version. So the question before us, okay, is we have an amendment before us. The amendment is to strike section P, which would eliminate the payment plan. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 7-4, section P has been removed. The youth member votes
Yes.
yes. So now we have the item back before us. So, any other discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Colhase.
I tried to get in the queue, it wouldn't let me.
You still have the floor, it turns out.
Oh, thank you very much. So we're on the S1 now, so thank you for the opportunity to speak. Appreciate the discussion back and forth. I thought I'd offer a few comments with respect to why the administration opposed the initial version, the non-S version. I think it's important for us to have that on the record. We do support the increase in fines. I think that's a good solution or a good tool. We support the revised list of violations that are in the S1. We do have some concerns about lowering the administrative fee, but I think we'll work with that. On the reasons why we opposed the initial ordinance, I've been made aware by the Department of Law today, just as an example, that one of the attorneys is dealing with a case right now that involves a vehicle owner who loaned her vehicle to the same individual 3 times in a year, at least 3 times that we know of. 3 times that individual was stopped for a violation and the vehicle was confiscated under the scofflaw law. After each of those times, the owner signed a stipulated statement stating that she would no longer loan her car to that individual, yet she continued to do so. So I know there's the thought of we know there's the thought of the relatively innocent vehicle owner who loans their vehicle out, but that doesn't appear to be the case, at least in all instances. I think it's also worth pointing out that the recent fatality on Gamble or Ingra near Fireweed within the past month or 6 weeks, the driver of that vehicle was on the scofflaw list, which I think goes to demonstrate the desire of the police department and the administration to have tools available to work on situations like that. It may be not perfect, but it lends a tool to the police department. The last thing I think I'd mention is, and I talked about this at the work session a little bit, just perusing the list very briefly, you can find an individual, and this is months-old data, with 58 citations totaling $23,000, 47 citations, $11,000, 67, $24,000. That same person appears to be a member of a family who has a total of 86 violations with $30,000 in fines. Another 60 violations among a family of 3 with $17,000. It goes on and on. So we appreciate the discussion and crafting a solution, but I did think it was important for the record to reflect why the administration opposed the original version. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? All right, I don't see anyone else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 7-4 and the youth member
Yes.
voting yes, AO 2023-67 has passed the body. Next, as the S1, AO 2023, thank you, Mr. Johnson, AO 2023-67, S1 as amended, has passed.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I move to change the order of the day to take up item 11E after item 11H, and move to take up item 11I after 14C.
So we have a motion to change the order. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Cross. The motion is to take up item 11E after 11H and 11I after 14C.
Speaking very briefly to this, the intention here is for us to move through some of the other 11s that are likely to be more quick. And then 11I is related to 14C, which is the appropriation that rides along with it. And it has been our practice to take up a contract after the appropriation. Thank you.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Anyone object? Okay, Ms. Bronga objects. We'll go ahead. You want to speak to your objection?
I just know that there are many people here who are waiting for this one item, and I'm being respectful of their time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 8-3, the motion to change the order of the day has passed. Next, we will have item 11F. 11F, AO 2023-74, an ordinance authorizing a 5-year lease between Municipality of Anchorage, Port of Alaska, and Atlas Tower 1 LLC of municipal property legally described as a portion of Tract J, Port of Anchorage Subdivision Addition Number 2. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes?
Yes.
Thank you. The youth member votes yes. AO 2023-74 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11G. AO 2023-42, an ordinance amending the R4A District in Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was closed, referred to the Community and Economic Development Committee. Action was postponed from 5-9, amended and approved 5-23. Notice of reconsideration given by Mr. Vaughn on May 24, seconded by Chair Constant. Reconsideration passed 6-6-2023. Referred to the Planning Department. Action was postponed from 6-6-2023 and 8-8-2023. I don't believe there's a motion. Members, what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Member Volland, seconded by Ms. Zalatil.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Mr. McKenna Foster, can you just brief us on what happened at the Fairview Community Council this week or last week?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Assembly. Per your instruction, actually the instruction was go to the Fairview Community Council in July. I was out of town, unfortunately, so they were able to schedule me in August, so I went to the I think it was the August 10th, 2023 Fairview Community Council meeting. I talked about the process, the project. We looked at the map and answered any questions. They didn't have any specific questions about this. They asked about some of the larger zoning questions going on. And so I just let them know to, by all means, contact us if they had any other questions. We're glad to provide any other information.
Thank you for meeting the requirements for getting to the Community Council, Mr. McKenna Foster. Thank you. Else? Hearing and seeing none on this item, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AO 2023-42 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11H, AR 2023-260, as amended, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing communities' diverse lived experiences of housing in the community of Anchorage and adopting general principles for housing policy decisions. Amended 8-8-23, action postponed from 8-8-23. I don't see a motion. So what's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Brawley to move the S version, second by Member Volland. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. This is an item that we first heard at our meeting on August 8th, so I will point folks to a few changes that are in the S version as well as a memorandum summarizing those. But essentially, this adds in Section 3 another kind of specific value or general policy, which is to enact policies to increase the proportion of resident occupied housing. So it contemplates whether you're owning or renting, that you're living in this community. And then it also includes the statement, the Assembly will support the community to achieve meaningful progress, not through a single policy change, but through shared commitment and ongoing collaboration to evaluate, identify, and remove local barriers. And then finally, I'll point members and the public to this new Section 4. So it puts forward the idea that the Assembly will present a housing policy strategic plan at our Community Housing Action Summit in fall 2023, and that we will work collaboratively with the community. And I believe this speaks to certainly speaks to the experience of specific policies that have been put forward, but I think more generally wanting to express an intent to lay the groundwork to make the changes that we need to make and to work with the community. And so what this proposes is folding in work that has already been done in the past with this Assembly, things that are in progress, other things that people are working on, and then really to be able to tell a coherent story about how we are working together to address the housing crisis in our community, and then working toward having a very targeted strategic plan that we will present at the Housing Summit in the fall. And again, the strategic plan is not to replace a comprehensive plan. It is really time-limited, very focused on action, and specifically, I would like to see the municipality's strategic plan focus on things that are in the purview of the municipality to do. So that is the proposal.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thanks. Just a question for clarification. Is the intent for the strategic plan before or after the Housing Summit?
The proposal would be to work with staff. I know there's already been work underway on a housing vision. It's had different names, and then previously it's been called for as I believe it was an policy action plan, but essentially having a draft of that framework to bring to the summit and then work with the community to get buy-in on that idea and then work on prioritizing more specific strategies and actions.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Sounds great. Ultimately, I guess if it's going to be something that's going to be the strategic plan of the Assembly to address housing policy, it would need to come for approval after that point. And so we just have to be really clear that only 3 members at that point at the summit have been able to give input because of Open Meetings Act considerations, and have to figure out that piece to it, because I don't want something called potentially the Assembly's housing plan or strategic plan being presented at a housing summit suggesting it's gone through the full work of the body. I mean, I'm happy you want to take it on. I just want to make sure we're really clear that there will be additional process to it. Thank you.
All right. We had someone call in. Is it Mr. Presverdia?
Yes, I'm on now.
All right. Thank you. So we're debating AR 2023-260, a resolution recognizing the community's diverse lived experience of housing in the municipality of Anchorage, adopting general principles. So we have the item before us. Anyone else wish to speak? It's the S version. Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-260 S has passed the body. Now we roll back the calendar to item 11E. Item 11E, Resolution AR 2023-182S as amended, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating not to exceed $11,100,000 of area-wide general fund balance to the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund Maintenance and Operations Department to be used for construction of the Navigation Center Emergency Shelter at Tudor and Elmore, Site 27. I believe there was another maybe an S1 in the packet. I'm sorry, there is an S1. Laid on the table. So public hearing on this item was closed 6/2023. Mr. Presverdia moved to approve, seconded by Mr. Rivera, amended 6/6/3. Action was postponed from 6/6/2023 to 6/20/2023. Motion to approve is on the floor for the S version. So what is the will of the body? We have a motion to approve. Who would like to speak on this item? Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. Move to postpone the S indefinitely.
Second.
There's a motion to postpone the S version indefinitely, and a second moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Yes, really briefly, I think the item we have an amendment to and maybe intend to speak to is the S1, so this would just dispatch with that and open the floor up for any additional action if anyone wants to make it. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to discuss that item? Yeah, Mr. Rivera. Okay, then members may proceed on the motion to...
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Collies.
I think I was in the queue for...
I don't see you. Go ahead.
Oh, my apologies. I'd like to have Mr. Byrd speak to that, please.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, if this is the motion to postpone indefinitely, I just want to make sure that the Assembly understands the administration's position.
Mr. Byrd, hold on. I think, just to make sure you understand the motion is to postpone this item and move the S1.
Okay. Withdraw my comments. Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I believe that was the intent. Okay, so the motion for the item that's before us is to postpone it indefinitely. So, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
All right, and on a vote of 12-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the S version of 182 has been postponed. Now, is there a, what is the will of the body? It would be a motion to move the S.
Motion to approve or move the S1 version.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Salt, seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr. Salt.
So I'd like to move it. I won't talk to the amendment yet, but I'd like to move it just for debate purposes. Thank you.
So we now have before us the S1 version. So Ms. Broughton, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe just clarifying, Mr. Soul, is your intent to move Brawley Amendment Number 1? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I think I'm, point of information, if Mr. Salt moved it, am I just seconding the amendment, or?
I don't think he actually moved it. I think, or did you? Yeah. Oh, you did? Okay, I didn't hear it. So Mr. Salt moves. We have a motion for the main motion. Yes, that was moved. Now there's an amendment. Mr. Salt, did you move the amendment?
Yes, thank you.
Brawley, Amendment 1. Is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second.
Sure. All right, so the amendment has been moved by Mr. Salt, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Now, either Mr. Salt or Ms. Brawley, want to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, thank you. And this is brief. Essentially, the prior version of this, and this language is still in the S1 version, refers to the Assembly requesting action from the administration by July 14th. So this simply removes that specific date and then modifies the language slightly to be a little bit more broad in terms of the ask, and then not be so specific to send it to the Housing and Homelessness Committee, although it does allow for that. So it's essentially updating this section of the resolution.
Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? All right, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Your mic wasn't on.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome. So on a vote of 8-4 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes to the amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion before us. Member Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the administration. So this is, I referenced this question earlier, and when I saw this in the supplementary memo that's attached to the S1 version, I was, quite frankly, pretty livid at the time. This is the last bullet point on page 3 of 3 of the attached memo identifying potential funding sources. And it talks about that $400,000 appropriation that the Assembly made. The co-sponsors were myself, Austin Quinn Davidson, and Forrest Dunbar, to increase security and cleaning services around Pratrovich Park, Chester Creek Sports Complex, and the trail between Woodside Park and Arctic Boulevard. That passed, and interestingly, the administration chose sort of their own way to implement that. Instead of targeting these specific locations, they chose rather to do a perimeter around the Sullivan Arena and to enforce what they called a zero tolerance zone, that APD would be doing a special detail, and then the rest of the money would be going to Parks and Rec, the Healthy Spaces program, to do the cleaning. And that was at a time when the community of Fairview was very frustrated with a lot of the public safety issues that were happening, afraid that they were going to lose their grocery store because of shoplifting and drug dealing that was happening in the parking lot of Sullivan Arena. And I advocated really hard for them to get some support. And I was pleased when the administration indicated their willingness to partner in that effort. And in fact, the mayor attended, and so did the homeless coordinator, a workshop at the Fairview Rec Center on March 18th that the Fairview Community Council held to talk about some of these public safety issues. I did not attend, but I'll just say, it's one thing to attend a meeting, and it's another thing to put your money where your mouth is. And so when I read this and said, wow, we haven't even spent 25% of that funding, why not? But now, on that prior item, I'm hearing from our municipal manager that no, potentially APD has spent their full amount, which I believe was $250,000 of the $400,000. And so I'm at a point now where I can't even trust any of these numbers. I don't know what has been spent, what hasn't been spent. Has the $400,000 been spent by Parks and Rec for the installation of Wi-Fi at the Fairview Rec Center? All these promises made to Fairview, which ones have been kept? I don't know. And so for me, this whole situation, we are being asked to spend so much money, so much taxpayer money on this project. A structure that we don't even know will meet building code, be approved by our acting building official, and diverting a lot of money from things that are very necessary, fire mitigation, etc. So I am not going to support this item because I think this whole approach at this point is half-baked. I don't know what to believe. I cannot justify spending this much taxpayer money. And this is a project that originally I wanted to be really open to. And then I said, we need shelter. This is the project the administration has identified as really their only prerogative. And it also, to me, it begs the question of, again, going back to what money has been spent, what hasn't been spent. I don't want to be thinking like a conspiracy theorist, but part of me is just like, what funds have the administration held back to not meet the immediate needs of the community just so they could be allocated to this project? So a lot of doubts swirling in my mind, and for me, I cannot support this moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. So I think Mr. Boland kicked us off in the right direction. What's glaringly missing from these documents is a fund certification, and fund certifications were requested at the work session, and they're not here. And the reason for the fund certification is to verify that the money is in the account. Because we hear things like, oh, APD says the money's spent, or yes, the Wi-Fi is underway, or you know, we learn about these things. This is the most comprehensive document we've had on a number of these projects about where they're at and their status, quite frankly. I want to back up though. There's some like ground rules in municipal government when it comes to appropriations, right? There's a vote on the appropriation. There's the opportunity for the mayor to veto. And then there's the opportunity for an override. Once that process is through, there is the full expectation, if that item is still valid at the end of that process, for it to be implemented. That is the way in which we have the balance of power between the two branches of government. That is the fundamental bedrock on which we make promises to the community. This document, this memorandum, says that that promise is not being honored by the administration. So just for some of these items were brought forward, voted on, passed by this body, vetoed, overridden, not implemented. Some were voted on, not vetoed, and still not implemented. And it's not that there are endless bites at the apple for this funding. This funding is us expressing the policy direction of the municipality through the tools we have, which is appropriation. Mr. Constant at the work session said, you know, you make liars out of us because we go talk about these things to our community councils and our neighbors. We get excited about these things. These are the things that make Anchorage have a quality of life or remedy issues. $2 million for prevention that didn't get spent last year out of the alcohol tax can't be implemented this year for some reason. So what we're never going to try to do and address these problems upstream? Come on. So I'm really frustrated we're not playing by the set of ground rules that exist in this municipal government to give it certainty, particularly certainty to the public. So the process, the fund certification, and this has been pending since a month or two before the mayor took office. He indicated he wanted to do this. He's had 2 attempts at a bond to try to bond for this project. If you don't like how we're reacting to it, put it to the voters. You've had the opportunity instead of just gutting these other community priorities. So those are just a small number of the reasons why I'm not going to support this tonight. Thank you.
Ma'am, you are creating a disruption. Thank you. So, Mr. Colhase, on behalf of the mayor, Mr. Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond briefly to Member Voland's question about what is the administration not doing that the Assembly has passed, and I can answer, we're doing everything that the Assembly has requested us to. Insofar as I know, and any time that I've come across something, which is never, you can better believe that I'll be doing the same thing that Member Zalatel asks the administration to do, which is to execute. I think you can see what we've done with the ARPA allocations. We have done everything we can to get those disbursed and executed upon. And I think what the body asked for us from the administration back in June when this first came up was, is there money? And if there is, please tell us where it is. We've gone out and we've seen what money there is to be had, and we've presented that to this body, and this is absolutely your body's policy decision. And I think that's, insofar as there's any concern about what the administration is doing to affect the appropriations that are made, from our perspective as the administration, we are the executive branch and we're executing on it. With regard to the Fairview Rec Center, I think, Mr. Chair, Michael Braniff is here, but I think as I expressed to you on Friday at the work session, I was surprised to see that there too. I believe if you have further questions on that, he can answer them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next in the queue, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm very glad that we delayed this vote from June to August. I think so much has happened in those intervening months, and my thinking around shelter has really expanded. A few points. So we've gotten some kind of picture on the funding situation between June and August. We actually just got it on Friday. As some of my colleagues have already stated, a lot of the funds identified by the administration, which don't even really pay for 100% of this project in terms of the capital side, they would devastate a variety of Assembly public health and safety priorities. Just think about that, right? This is an Assembly that is taking public health and safety seriously. We have funded a variety of programs, whether that's through the alcohol tax, whether that's through ARPA, and we want to see those programs implemented. The administration instead decided to try to put those programs into a capital stack for the Tudor and Elmore shelter. And beyond that, no funds have been identified for operating costs, which we know are somewhere in the tune of $8 million annually. And then beyond the funding, there is a huge unknown around staffing. How are we realistically going to staff a shelter like this? So if you look at just basic reality, there's no way that we can overcome these hurdles by the end of the year, maybe not even by the end of emergency cold weather shelter in April. So this is not something that could possibly be implemented to deal with the burgeoning situation on our streets and in our parks and in our trails. There's also been a lot of new thinking around shelter since this project came to us in June of 2021, right? If you think about the life of this project, this project came to us a while ago. In December of last year, there was a great report that came out from a variety of national agencies called, quote, Reimagining Interim Housing, Stages and Action Areas for Transforming Approaches to Sheltering People Experiencing Homelessness, end quote. And in that report, the main policy shift that it advocates for is to, quote, implement a crisis response that ends the use of large congregate shelters and creates dignity-based, safe, temporary crisis options as a bridge to long-term housing, end quote. Besides the congregate versus non-congregate discussion, there are a host of other questions to contemplate. Municipally owned versus privately owned shelter. What does the cost-benefit calculation look like? What's the tipping point there in terms of do we expend funds and make investments in housing versus shelter? There's so many questions, I think, for us to really delve into. But beyond all of those questions, I think there's really a lot of energy in the air right now that I want us to be able to take advantage of and to do great work around housing, around meeting our sheltering needs. And I have serious concerns that if we are stuck in the hamster wheel of this shelter, of this specific Tudor and Elmore shelter and how to fund it and all of that work, that we're going to lose out on that energy. So looking at the bigger picture for a minute, I do like to talk about the good work that we've done, the hundreds of housing units coming online, the strategic investments we've made over the years to strengthen our system and the infrastructure so that we can more adequately respond to homelessness. More adequately. Keyword there. But no amount of talking about the good can overcome, frankly, the tsunami of the bad that I see in my email, on social media, about the mess that we are frankly in. And I fully acknowledge the difficulty we are facing and the failings, I think, to realize the full humanity of each person in our encampments and those who live around them. But let's be real for a second. Setting up a 150-person shelter is not going to solve the issues people email us about and are urging us to do something about. It is a piece of the puzzle, but it is not the panacea that some keep saying it is. This shelter is not a plan to address homelessness. Now, thankfully, there is some good news, right? We have a way to continue moving this conversation forward in a thoughtful way that isn't so confined by the idea that winter is coming and so we must do something now. We have the clean slate strategy. If this item is voted down today, I'm going to be reviving that and kicking that off again so that we can move forward on these conversations because we can't stall the work. It has to happen. So I'm going to be voting no on this item today. knowing that we have a way to a solution and that we have an emergency cold weather shelter plan that is shaping up that was going to allow us the flexibility to get this done right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have a long queue. Ms. Branca.
Thank you, Chair. I can tell you about a month ago, I was going, oh my God, maybe we just need to open that thing. But I am so convinced that the cost of this going forward, it's going to be the grain silo in Juneau, the SAP program for the municipality. It's going to be the Point McKenzie ferry terminal. The price is going to continue to go up. It is an enormous building. I spent some time talking to David Finley in Calgary, and he told me that normally a 6,000 some square foot sprung shelter will house 100 homeless individuals. And so when we have the size of a 30,000 square foot structure, I can only imagine how many people may be put in that and how the surrounding areas would be impacted. He told me, this is Mr. Finley, that setup is usually 60 days, so then I also question, we're hearing 6 months for this. I talked to Doyon on the North Slope. They put up one in 3 weeks. And so I'm not really sure what the long haul, maybe there's way more interior work being done than these other buildings had done. But it seems like the time period is exceedingly long and the price of this building is exceedingly long. And right now, just no real estate experience at all. I came up with 4 different warehouses in the $1 million range that we could put a smaller number of people in, targeted by behavioral health needs, substance abuse needs, and just whether we separate women from men, it would be smaller groupings, and you throw not a fancy building, not a huge remodel with it. It's simply sheltering, which would be much better than what is going on right now in our parks. So I am opposing this. The other thing that I wanted to throw out, if it makes anyone feel differently, David Finley says that this cannot be returned because it was custom made, and even though it's still sitting in their warehouse, he did say that we could find someone else who would purchase it and they could take it from the warehouse if we did a sale on the side. But those of you that are hoping we could resell it, it may not be so easy to do. And I think that's it. I'm sorry, went on and on.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I was, and to be honest, in some ways, still open to this project. I think that the concept has some merits, but from the get-go, from my very first conversation with the administration about this, I said I would consider it if we had a real achievable plan. And here we are, it's August, and we just don't, honestly. You know, I look at the AIM, and we've found a funding mechanism to come up with $11 million, which doesn't even cover the construction costs. And I'm inclined to believe that to get to that 11 million, we're already scraping the bottom of the barrel. I mean, at least I hope so, because some of these funds we're pulling are for things that I think have tremendous value, in addition to what some of the members already spoke to. We're talking about taking $1 million away from wildfire mitigation, and that's a scary prospect. But, you know, I assume we're doing that because that is all that we think is left that we can pull into this. But even then, you know, we're still not even close. We need $12.5 million to build it. We need another $400,000 to furnish it. We need $6 to $8 million to operate it. You know, and frankly, if we had a plan before us that showed that we had the funding to pull all that off, it would be tough, but I would be inclined to support that. But that's just not where we're at. You know, we haven't even answered basic questions about whether or not the structure will be suitable for habitation, and we hope that we'll get there. But but we just haven't gotten to that point. And so as it stands right now, I cannot support this plan. Without a plan to pay for it, without high confidence that we can pull it off, this feels very aspirational. And I'll tell you, to borrow an old military adage, hope is not a strategy.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to thank staff for the work that you guys have done over the last couple months to answer our questions. I want to acknowledge that there's been a good faith effort to respond to the feasibility questions that I originally raised in the S version of this, the prior S version, and that we have had at least partial answers to all of our questions. So I appreciate that because I feel like there was more information provided this summer than had been provided over the last 2 years in a more coherent manner. So I really do appreciate that. And I want to also acknowledge there's feasibility issues with this, which was, I think what other members have been speaking to. But really the thing that gave me, the thing that really shook my confidence in whether or not this project would be successful was actually something that was stated by the mayor on the record to Alaska Public Media in an interview on August 2nd, 2023. And I also wanted to note, I understand the mayor's not here, so I am not attempting to speak on his behalf or speculate on his motives. He is not here, despite this being his #1 priority since taking office, to get this particular building built. But I do want to quote directly his own words, and again, I am quoting directly from the transcript of the interview. As of 2 weeks ago, the count was 775 unsheltered people. Until I create 706 shelter beds, I am not allowed to abate those camps on public property, unquote. Quote, we need a large shelter. There's just no question about it, unquote. There's an arbitrary limitation put on by a couple members of the previous assembly that the building can only have 150 people. It's a little over 29,000 square feet. It could hold a lot more than 150 people. I personally talked to experts who say, yeah, we don't have any idea where the 150 came from, unquote. It would be nice to have the flexibility to get up to 775 today, because we need to understand if we had 776 beds, one more than the number, then I could abate all the camps. And I could compel those 776 people then to go into that shelter, or at least to leave public space, unquote. And the last quote I want to read, quote, I got to get to 776, and I think that the 29,000 square foot facility at Tudor and Elmore could handle that. They have 950 in the same building in Reno. They have 1,000 in a similar building in Los Angeles, unquote. Those things, more than anything else that we've heard all summer, made me extremely skeptical that this will be used for anything other than a warehouse. And I think we've seen in this community the reason why the 150 limit, which is in code, it is not only in code, it is in the appropriation resolution that was cited as a funding source for this S1 version. All of those things state that the shelter should not be more than 150 people on a regular basis, and that is a direct result of the bad experience that this community has had with the prior version of the Brother Francis shelter, which had a census of 240, and multiple winters or multiple seasons with the Sullivan where there was upwards of, I believe, 500 people at times. So I think more than anything else, this community knows that even if it works in other communities, we need to keep it smaller, we need to disperse our shelters, and we do not need to warehouse people, particularly if it is a pretext for abating people based on a legal decision. So I strongly feel that I have no confidence that this administration will use this for anything other than what the mayor has already stated he intends to do with it.
Hold on, the clapping, folks. Come on. It's proper decorum to clap. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be candid. This has always been DOA for me, dead on arrival for me, since joining the body, since campaigning, because I knew it was a problem when we started talking about warehousing versus housing. Immediately. With all due respect to my colleagues who entertained the conversation, I paused, gave room for the opportunity for the investigatory skills of my colleagues to hopefully reveal something that would push me maybe into a different position. No, in fact, the broken record continues. And let me just be clear about this as well. What a waste of time. Honestly, a waste of time and resources focusing so much energy, focusing so much attention on something that is, first of all, not being described honestly. To the words of the mayor, he wants a 1,000-person facility. It's not being described honestly to the public with respect to the funding sources where we want to draw from one-time funding sources that have been appropriated with values that this community holds important to it so that we can develop a building that doesn't have funding for operating. So we're essentially wanting to build, it's even more than hope. We want to build, or the proposal is to build a thing that would function, but we don't have funding to function it, nor do we have operators willing to step up to do this work as well. And let me share this directly. I think this is also driven by fear. I think the mayor, I think folks are afraid. I don't want to talk about specific choices that people made and their intentions, but I think fear drives the idea that we could just put people into a big box somewhere far away from where people are. I think that drives fear. And on my point, I didn't need the media to tell me this, because I toured 3rd and the 3rd Avenue site with the health department, and I happened to have an opportunity to have the mayor there. And for a better part of an hour, I debated the mayor on the floor of the site, who kept trying to convince me that we could run a 1,000-person bed facility well. And I told the mayor, when has that happened well with 240 people? And let's look at the practices. Let's look at the operators. Why are we trying to lead this way? And on that note, where I really knew that there was a fear question here, the mayor said to me he observed the drug deal go down in the camp. And I said to the mayor, well, what'd you do? And the mayor said, I wouldn't have did it. I didn't do anything. And I told the mayor, that ain't going to happen with me walking around today, because we're here on official city business. We're going to hold people accountable. And he said, well, maybe that's the difference between where we're from. What I take that to mean is that maybe I'm around people more often. Where I'm from is an urban setting where we have challenges, conditions, but we know that the institutions of civil society are to create the conditions for success. And creating the conditions for success are not what we at all have been doing for this project, talking about it for so long. The community has spoken. And let me put a little finer point on 150. Through the graces of our community, who are not NIMBYs in our community areas, one of our community councils, the University Area Community Council, they said, well, if we are called to be a part of the solution, then our limitation would be put a limit on that to a 150-person maximum facility. And that community council said, in that case, we would support something. But they weren't told how the funding wasn't going to work out. They weren't told who wasn't going to operate. And now we know that the mayor, I take the mayor at his word. I believe the mayor when he says he wants 700 to 1,000 people in one warehouse. And that is not the way of, that's not what we're going to be doing in Anchorage. That is not the right approach. And this has been DOA for me, and I hope we put it to rest tonight and get down to some real solutioning with the work that we already know exists in our city. Thank you.
Please, no clapping. And ma'am, I'm receiving complaints that you're standing and moving back and forth in the front of the room. So you don't have to leave, but I would ask you to stand in the back of the room. Thank you. Next in the queue, we're going to move through folks who haven't spoken. So Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we once again find the Tudor and Elmore shelter before us. It was before us nearly a year ago, and I remember our words at that time, that if we did not approve it or did not fund an alternative plan, we would be in this very position heading into the winter. Surprise, surprise, here we are. Never would I have guessed at this time a year ago that the need was not just for a cold weather emergency shelter, but now a year-round shelter. I would never have guessed we would be experiencing the human crisis we have seen this summer. The camps we are experiencing at 3rd and Ingra and the old archive site are there because we do not have shelter capacity today. We have no better way today to help these people. We cannot offer our citizens in need anything better than camping. We do not want a shelter long term. We agree that the need is more housing, more mental health beds, more alcohol, and drug treatment beds. We also need a bit more stick for those who are taking advantage of the homeless and the homeless who are taking advantage of us. These beds we do not have today, and beds that will take time to acquire and develop, that have been acquired and developed over time. Those cities that have shown success have focused on housing. However, they have also had shelter capacity. The unfortunate truth here is the municipality is where it is today. We need shelters as a stopgap measure. Once we have moved through this phase of our homeless response, we can repurpose the facility to other documented needs besides a shelter. I have received emails opposing the shelter because of the current administration has lost their trust, and they would approve under a new administration if we should get one next April. That is akin to intentional manslaughter, in my opinion. To allow citizens to live on the street, of which some will die this winter, because of your disagreement with the current administration, is appalling and disgraceful. We do not have the funds to make this decision today, but do we have the courage to lead and make that decision? No, we do not like the funding sources, but I like seeing the homeless at these sites and the stories from our community even less. I would even be in favor of spending reserves until we can recover those reserves through surpluses and other revenue streams, or even make tough decisions for the 2023 and 2024 budgets. With nearly $1 billion budget for the municipality, including ASD funding, we are talking about a 1% cut across the board. Yes, I would easily cut ASD funding by 1% one time to make a 200-bed dent in the problem. Yes, it is only surge capacity of 200 beds, and some say it won't matter for the 700 on the streets. Well, I tell you, for those 200, it will matter. They will get a bed. Every little bit we take out of this problem is a bite in the right direction. I hope this body will have the courage to do what it feels is right thing for this municipality, the right thing for their districts. I hope you will not find yourselves, as I do here once again, a year later, facing another winter, much less next summer, no better off than we are today, looking back at what we could have done. What is a life worth? Well, we'll have our answer tonight. And I wish everyone that goes home that they sleep nice, safe, and sound in their bed, knowing that there are many that are not.
Mr. Cross.
You know, when COVID hit, we took a huge gamble and hope when we spent $120 million hoping for FEMA reimbursements, and thank God those came through, didn't they? That ended up being a success story, but we took a huge risk in hoping that we would get reimbursed for all that money that we spent with no guarantee that FEMA would reimburse us. I see this project kind of the same because you just got to look at what is the need. And right now, you know, we talk about cold weather shelter to help people from dying in the cold. Way more are probably at risk because of the criminal behavior. The people in need who need help and need on the street are being fed on by criminals on the street. Ron was gracious enough here to give me a fantastic tour of 3rd and Ingra as well as his other property. And as I sit there, the magnitude of the criminal activity spiraling around me as the cops were running from one place to another, literally running, trying to keep up to it, was breathtaking. And it was sickening. And all I can think about, those people who don't have beds, as long as they sit there, it's not the cold they have to worry about. It is the criminal element that is feeding on them and prospering wildly during this time of tribulation. They go unmolested because our cops are shorthanded. A mass shelter, as unattractive as it is, at least allows us to separate the innocent from the victimizers. And it is profuse. And so in my pursuit of humanity, and I go down there, I say, is a congregate shelter the perfect answer? No. But what we're doing to these people by intentionally doing nothing is worse. And I concurrently agree with Randy when he says, but you know what? When I'm home in my bed and I'm comfortable, it's less of a problem for me. I have the advantage of rolling up my windows and turning on my radio and driving past the problem. Or, yes, it might be financially painful and it might be a struggle for us to try to do this, but it's what's right. Because if you go down there and see the people being victimized by criminals, That is inadequate. And when I stand before my God, he's going to be asking me, what did you do? Well, I've been going down there. I volunteered at Centennial. I've done stuff. But here's the other thing. Here's the last thing I'll say, is that I believe in this project. I think it's, like I said, not the perfect answer, but it's a solution to help not keep people from victimized. But here's the other thing. If you can't tell, guys, your government will never solve this problem on our own. It's going to take individuals who are getting so fed up that you volunteer your own personal time to try to dedicate to our religious organizations or whatever. If you haven't seen the incompetence of government in dealing with this problem over the last several years, then I don't know what you've been watching. It's going to take all of us to solve this. And as unattractive as a congregate shelter is, it is a move in the right direction. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I'm not going to belabor many of the points that have already been made. The funding that has been presented to us as available is not available in large part. It's a lie. The money's been spent. The money's been obligated. In fact, the argument that we needed a funding certification isn't just money in the bank, it's money unallocated, money unencumbered. And so, but those funds are encumbered, which is a baffling thing. There is an argument to spend out of fund balance, and I think that we may very well come back to that question when we have a solution that makes sense. And so when we have a solution that makes sense, I hope that that's where we stand, because I agree that that may be what it takes. That said, Anchorage does not have a history of anything more than 250 people being humane. We only have a long, long history, 40 to 50 years of history, where the inhumanity rises and we are helpless at scale. And we demonstrated it again when folks moved back into the Cuddy Park site, and that place wasn't established with order. The Assembly provided a resolution that said we would like a place that is structured. We left it up to the administration where there was an opportunity missed. So any argument that we can move this over to Tudor and Elmore only works when you have a very tall fence and you don't let people in or out and you cram them in. And I mean, I can't do anything but conclude with the argument that has been made in the public. On one hand, we have concentrate them, and on the other hand, we have deport them. We have a camp for concentration, and we have a policy of deportation that have been proposed by this administration. Let that sink in. Now, I am very sympathetic and really willing to support a law enforcement intervention that does address the criminality that's going on, because innocent people are being perpetrated on in these places, and we have to come up with some structure and strategies to mitigate that. That's all the bad stuff. I won't go item by item through this list, but I can tell you there is a plan, and that plan will be presented shortly. And the plan is that we will work with the hotels that have responded that they have capacity for us to do a non-congregate shelter for winter shelter. And I can tell you with the funding that was in the AIM document or the AM document that is real, the real money that exists, because there is some real money in there, we can fund every bed we need this winter. And soon, because the work is being done by the health department, which must be lauded, because the crosswinds you must be facing, I can't even imagine. All of that goes to say that this proposal should never have happened. It was in the can before this administration came into office. We've seen reporting that the tents don't stand up to snow load or wind load unless they're designed very specifically, and we know the unit we bought wasn't designed for that and has to be using alternative means to justify. But we know that Vail lost their tent just since we bought this one because the snow was too heavy. In the end, we will get there. We are making extraordinary progress, and it is now that darkest time before the dawn. And I'm with my peers who say this is not the right project. We will not concentrate. We will not deport our neighbors. Next in the queue, I have Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard a lot of comments in the, since April when I joined this body, and to echo what Member Rivera said, I feel like we are on a hamster wheel. To echo what Member Solt said, we're having the exact same conversation you guys had last year at this time. So I think everybody, even a late person, could take the temperature of this room and knows where we're at. So I say let's just call the question.
Second.
Mr. Myers has moved to call the question. Ms. Zalatil has seconded the motion. This is not a debatable motion for the members. We'll just take up the question. Members may proceed to vote. Yes calls the question and ends debate. On a vote of 11-1 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
the question has been called now before us. We have the question, the motion to approve AR 2023-182S1. As amended.
This isn't right. Hold on. I didn't second this to be approved.
It was Randy.
No, this is,
It's just the wrong motion? Okay.
yeah, it's the wrong motion. Okay, the motion is,
That's still the...
1 second. All right, I think we're back. The question now before us is motion to approve AR 2023-182S1 as amended. On a vote of 3-9 and the youth member votes,
No.
no, that item has failed to pass. Ms. Zalatil.
Move to reconsider.
There's a motion to reconsider. Is there
Second.
Okay, moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. So the question now before us, shall we reconsider? A yes vote would bring the item back before us. A no vote would end the item. Members may proceed to vote. Ms. Zalatil.
Yeah, I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
All right, now we have the question before us. Motion to reconsider. The sponsor, the mover, has urged a no vote. On a vote of 2-10 and the youth member votes,
No.
that item has failed to be reconsidered. Ms. Brawley. Okay, so we are about to lay an item on the table. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. The item about to be laid on the table involves emergency cold weather shelter. In my role as the executive director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, we are actively engaged in assisting the health department and have provided a policy statement on what we believe the right route for emergency cold weather shelter is. I would ask to be excused.
It is the ruling of the chair that you have a substantial personal interest in this item. Ms. Brawley.
Move to lay unnumbered AR on the table.
Second.
So there's a motion to lay the AR on the table. I'm going to go ahead and read it, if I can find it. It is an wait, that's the wrong one. An unnumbered AR A resolution of the Anchorage Assembly reappropriating $2,435,750.98 of previously appropriated American Rescue Plan Act funds and $3,488,315.28 of previously reappropriated funds for the Adult Shelter Navigation Center to the Operating Projects Committee General Funds for Homelessness. Ms. Brawley has moved to lay this on the table. Who is the second?
'Twas I.
Mr. Rivera. So this does require 8 votes to lay on the table. Any discussion? Mr. Bolland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I understand it, this is going to be laid on the table for reading on our meeting of September 12th.
So if this item is laid on the table, I believe it's the sponsor's desire to set it for public hearing for our next meeting. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I would just have some of the same concerns on these amounts that I had on the previous item. So hopefully there'll be maybe a new version and this is a draft. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. We can speak to that if it gets laid on the table. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a justification for laying it on the table. I would appreciate that from the sponsor.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And just to state, that was why I was in the queue. The justification for laying this item on the table is it is a time-sensitive item as it relates to a proposal to fund, among other things, emergency cold weather shelter. It also essentially removes a requirement that existing funding for wildfire mitigation activities the funds that are in this the funds that are in this do not have to be used as a match for other funding, so it would essentially unlock that funding sooner. And because this is an appropriation over $500,000, we do need to hold a public hearing. And there is, as Member Vall had mentioned, there's questions about the availability of these funds, but we want to make sure that we, if this item moves forward, are able to fund activities and provide the health department with some certainty about this winter.
You all right, Mr. Presverdia? All right, Mr. Salt.
Thank you. A question for Mr. Colhase. As far as Section 6 and the beetle kill funding, I just want to make sure, and I don't see Chief Schragi, but this won't affect my decision, but does this affect the beetle kill mitigation for the year by removing this funding?
I just want to be really clear. It removes the restriction that the funding be used for match. So then it unlocks the funding so they can use it directly.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it removes that it is match funds. Yeah. So, Ms. Branca.
So I would like to understand it, so we're unleashing this money, making sure that it's available, but I don't support the hotel option. I would rather see us purchase 3 smaller buildings. So is that something that could still come forward by supporting?
So I think you could ask the sponsor, but what this does is it sets in motion an ordinance, a resolution that can be amended between now and the closing of the item that's going to be, if it's laid on the table tonight, set for public hearing on the 12th. So every tool available to a member is available. We can amend it. All right, anyone else wish to speak on shall we lay this item on the table? I'm not hearing anyone. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
yes.
Yes, this item has been laid on the table. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to set this item for a public hearing at the meeting of September 12th.
All right, is that introduced and set a public hearing?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Brawley. Is there a third?
Third.
Mr. Presverdia. All right, so what's just been done is there is a new resolution for funding that's been put on the table and will be heard at our meeting in 3 weeks. The title allows for housing and shelter. Shelter can be defined however the final product defines it. The funding sources will be closely reviewed in the process of getting to done. So we will know exactly what funds are available, but what we do know is the administration has asserted that these funds are available. And so with that said, we'll move on to the next item and invite Ms. Zalatel back. So for those who are watching earlier, we changed the order of the day to take up item 11I after item 14C, because 14C is the appropriation that authorizes the contract. The contract should naturally come after the appropriation. So now we will run through the rest of our agenda in that order. After 14C, we'll take up 11I. So next on the agenda, we have item 13A, AO 2023-66, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending, repealing portions of Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.04.010, 21.04.020, 21.10.040, and 21.09.040, and to create only 2 residential districts through the entire municipality.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to postpone this item indefinitely.
Second.
Quickly, Mr. Gates. So the clerk and I are debating. This item had a public hearing that was opened. She is cautioning we should close the public hearing. I guess it doesn't really matter in that sense, but we can treat a motion to postpone indefinitely as a main motion. So do we need to close the public hearing first?
Mr. Chair, as I recall, we added an exception in code for motion to postpone indefinitely. I'm going to pull it up, but I think you can make that motion before the public hearing is closed.
I agree. Thank you. It's one of those weird places in the code where we treat that motion as a main motion. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the sponsors of this item and I have had a discussion with the community about zoning and housing, a robust one. Thank you for participating and engaging. It's been actually really great, quite frankly. And through that discussion, have refined and figured out a better vehicle that was introduced tonight and set for public hearing on September 26th. And we really look forward to talking with you more about that. And it is only with regard to the bowl, the Anchorage Bowl. And so this item has really served its purpose, which was to spur that conversation and get this issue out on the table and have that robust conversation. Also, I have to admit, I'm a little bit happy to leave the number 66 behind. It seems to have a little bit of a black cloud over it, so I'm happy to reintroduce with a new number. So I thank you all for your participation in the work sessions we had on this. It's really informed ways to move forward, and I look forward to moving forward with the other item. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to the motion to postpone indefinitely? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes, oh, he's gone, it's 10. All right, on a vote of 12-0, AO 2023-66 has been postponed indefinitely. All right, now into the business. Next up, we have item 14A, AM 541-2023, Employee Relations Board, Fred Millen. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. Any discussion? What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Rivera, how do you vote?
On a vote of 12 to 0, AM 541-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have AO 2023-85, an ordinance to the Anchorage Assembly amending AMC Section 6.10.040, submittal and adoption of municipal operating and capital budgets.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Member Voland.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. This proposal is drafted to ensure that when we receive the budget documents, we get a list of proposed capital budget items that will be on the bond so that assembly members have an early, robust opportunity to understand and influence the proposals that will go before the voters, so we aren't kind of cornered or snookered at the end of the year and unable to make meaningful change. So I urge your support. Anyone else wish to speak to the item? No one? Okay, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12 to 0, AO 2023-85 has passed the body. Next up, we have AR 2023-254, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating amount not to exceed $1,547,800 of area-wide Anchorage Police Department Information Technology System Special Levy Tax Fund balance to the area-wide APD IT System Special Tax Levy Fund for use by the APD to pay for technology implementation and maintenance. The public hearing on this item is now open. The mic has been turned off, so if someone wants to hit that yellow or green button. Welcome. State your name, what part of it is.
Hi, my name is Michael Patterson. Talk about a hamster wheel. I don't know if this is 2020 or 2023. Here we are once again talking about taxes that we voted for body cameras, and yet we still don't have them. And I know that the item afterwards is supposed to be about the actual purchase with a vendor, but here's the issue, is that we have been trying to get body cameras for the last going on 3 years now. We have gotten no guarantees from the city that we don't have a official public timeline of when every police officer or relevant police officer is actually going to be equipped with them. We don't actually have a guarantee from the city either that there's going to be a policy for automatic release of critical incidents. And so this idea that we can pay for taxes, we can use our tax money to purchase things, but then we get no guarantee or respect for the voters when we actually voted for that, because the intent was not to give APD more law enforcement tools to police us and harass us, and we're talking about going after criminals in the homeless camps, but I wonder what we can see what happens with there's no body cameras and there's no way to get the footage, but we already know what happens. And there's a reason why the police union has been using this very stupid argument that somehow it's against collective bargaining to actually hold them accountable and transparent, when the whole purpose of collective bargaining is to empower workers, not when the public and workers say, we actually want to hold a government agency more accountable, but no, not if it messes with our collective bargaining rights. Or the fact that the municipality for the last 2 years has said that the privacy clause in the Alaska Constitution somehow is more important, the police care more about our privacy, but then when they shoot or execute somebody, and then when the public demands actual accountability, that somehow is secondary. So, of course, I support this because I voted for this 2 years ago. So did the majority of people who voted for this. And every year I sit up here and talk to a new assembly or assembly members who want to come to Juneteenth celebrations or say, Black Lives Matter or do Black History Month, but then we're still up here talking about every single time something comes up with holding the police accountable, you all lose your backbone. So go ahead and vote for this. You should do it because we already voted for it. You're upset that the administration isn't following the funding that you have done. Now imagine being a voter who has the administration who doesn't listen, and you all don't listen either. It's very upsetting because what you have, you've created a crisis. There's a validity problem with this now. We've paid for something, we haven't got the guarantees. This whole process has been anti-democratic. We are paying for stuff. We want accountability for the police. They have killing people. You know, a family who wants to get the dash cam footage of their loved one being executed shouldn't have to pay $5,000 to get it. Do something about it.
Ma'am, I'm going to have to ask you again, second time, you're creating a disturbance by standing there. I really need you to move away from the dais so people can testify without being infringed. No, ma'am, I actually need you to leave. Security, I need you to help me move her. She's creating an actual disturbance. You can stand anywhere but right in front of the dais.
People get passionate when you kill their loved ones. When somebody gets shot 20 times by the police department because we don't have body cam we already spent $5 million on.
Welcome, sir. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Ahmed Hassan. Good evening, everyone. Today we're here to talk about public testimony for body cameras. Let's ask ourselves about why we need body cameras. So we need transparency, we need accountability. So body cameras is effective to everyone, so including the officers on the street. But the reason why we see all the time that there's a push and bag, like they say, where two bulls fight, the grass will suffer. So, you know, you will see every day something happens, and then it's being covered, and there's no transparency, no accountability. So when they kill someone, or when something happen incident, they mute. They just make like, oh, we don't have body camera, we have dash cams. So I'm saying, and the next thing is ransom. So when somebody demand justice, the next thing is like ransoming, asking for money. So it's in the past experience, we need accountability, we need transparency, and we need justice. So we don't want to just like say we cannot talk this. When you want to just fix a wound, you have to clean it. So if we say we cannot talk this, public demand, in public they need safety. So I'm different with some of you. I have a dark skin, so anytime I can be rashly profiled, and you know, anytime they hear like, oh, black person is walking down the street, so the next thing is murder. So the next thing is covering, the next thing is gagging, and then the next thing is ransom and, you know, throwing it. So I'm very much frustrated because many people, when we talk about body cameras, they think they're not a part of the body cameras because it's not effective for them. But we have, our safety is a risk, so we need everybody in Anchorage to be safe, including the police officers and everyone. We need transparency, and that's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Gotchpain. It's been a really long night, and I'm glad I brought my daughter here to witness this for the first time so she could see how insane it is, how much money that this city has spent on things, and we just go, like they say, in hamster wheels. Just like this whole thing here is. We talked about this, I think starting in 2020, and then we voted on it, and then you all said that we were going to have it, and then now here we are still talking about more funding and when it's going to happen, yet never talking about any transparency, never talking about any accountability for APD, only talking about what you have to do when it comes to talking to the police unions and making, I guess, bargaining with them to actually have body cameras when the community has already told you that that's what they wanted and that's what they've actually paid for. And as someone who actually not only organizes with victims of violent crime but also professionally works with victims of violent crime, I'm getting really tired of seeing this in a city that really is actually pretty small, that this shouldn't really even be an issue and can be easily fixed. I'm getting tired of seeing families and working with families who have been basically decimated by the death of a loved one because an APD officer, as you just saw that man, had his brother shot over 20 times while he laid on the ground. Or, another family member who had their 16-year-old son shot in the back of the head and had no access to any of the dash cam footage, which I'm sure is exactly what will happen with this body cam footage if you guys don't start actually talking about putting policies in place. This is just ridiculous. We have voted on this already. We're paying for it already. And why we're even discussing it to this point is insane to me. I mean, I come from an actual city where it would never take this long to get something like this done. You guys are less than 1 million people here. Like, get it together.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up kind of.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Please state your name and what part of town. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right. I'm Billy with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm going to follow up kind of with what they said. I think y'all have a very straightforward job to be accountable to the people. I think you're doing a bad job of it, every single one of you. I'm sure that some of you have good intentions, but I don't think you can look at a person like Ahmed, who's had pretty much everything taken from him and his family, and still, like we've been talking about, this has been going on for years. Every single one of you has a job to the community. You're not doing it. We need to see more accountability from y'all, more transparency. I don't really think that's going to happen. I have very low faith in y'all, but I hope you can prove me wrong, really, truly. Just as a young person who moved to Anchorage, I see a lot of people moving away because of the incompetence that comes out of the city, and pretty much from all like parts of it. Government, the state, just, it's on y'all to figure out a plan, how to roll these body cameras out for us as quickly as possible. We need to know, like, all of the details. It's on y'all, because like we can continue doing this year after year, but I think y'all just need to know that when people are dying and families are being torn apart because of inaction and things that could be happening, like there could be a plan that it just needs to change. And we're asking nicely. Like, I don't think, we don't need to think what could happen here, like if people keep getting killed and people keep getting murdered by the city. Y'all are supposed to be accountable to us. There's just no other way to say it anymore. People are getting kind of fed up having this cyclical conversation when it's just as simple as y'all listening to us. And I hope we can get that done. It's pretty simple requests. People are getting angry. People are getting murdered. I think that's the most important thing. This is a matter of life and death. And it's not going to be on the cops, because the cops are not here to help people. They've had conversations with the Supreme Court over whether it's their duty to protect citizens of the United States. They don't want to do that, and that's fair. That's on them. I know they're not helping, but we're going to force them to wear these body cameras, and it's on y'all. I need y'all to do it. We can figure something else out if y'all don't want to do your jobs properly, but it's going to happen regardless, whether you guys are with it or against it. So just make it happen, please. That's all I'm doing.
Please, no clapping. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns. Transgender female, 13 years. I'm from Anchorage. I'll tell you that much. As far as our assembly goes, I'll tell you guys, there's times that you guys are just unbelievably awesome. Some of that I saw tonight, and some of y'all's views broke through what my emotional guards keep me going every day. So some of the powers of the things that you guys said has been phenomenal. As far as the assembly goes, my faith in the assembly is awesome, but my faith in what the administration has done since I have been active here, that's related to them getting any more money for body cameras or any other support from me, is gone. I hope you all know that as far as the mayor's office and the police, for the police officers themselves, there's a few of them that are awesome, and I'm sorry that they work with some less than awesome people. I'm unfortunately saddened to say that our police chief might need to go find a new job because he doesn't know how to get his people in the right direction. And if we cannot figure out how to reinstate faith in our APD and I say this to everybody as simply to the mayor's office, if we can't, we're not going to be able to get this city turned around in any way, shape, or form to be able to follow suit, to become the great city that we once were. We are going in the wrong direction, and we're going very quickly. So if you guys think we should give more money for body cams that we've already paid for, do me a favor and go out to Walmart and go buy your groceries, leave them there, come back 2 hours later, and pay that same amount for the groceries again, so that way you can take them home and maybe get to eat them. And you'll understand where the frustration is at with the people. As far as the administration goes, for what jobs you guys are capable of doing, I would love to see you guys do that. If not, go ahead and give me you guys this funds back that you guys get paid for your job, so that way we can actually apply them to people that will do the job. And as far as Mayor Bronson goes, I don't think that's a mayor. I think it's a fighter pilot that thinks that he can just push a button, make the problem go away, fly home. Because he ain't been here. This is his second meeting. He ain't done anything mayor-wise. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. Just because you can throw money at it doesn't mean you're giving any support. You want to see change? Roll your sleeves up. Get out there, do the job.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So what this item does is it appropriates money that has been collected through the tax levy, so that APD can now put it into motion to acquire technology. What that technology is and the specifics are in the next item that will be before us. And I think it's worth noting that there are multiple steps here. So the tax levy was collected and started in 2020. And I guess I'm going to back up one more step and say we're frustrated with the delays as well. But our role is as policymakers and as appropriators. And this is part of our role. And money is, quite frankly, one of the loudest ways to speak about policy. Where we put our money is where we put our priorities. And so what this does is it builds on some prior appropriations that set the technological foundation to move to the body cams. We didn't have the initial system in place to just simply put body cams on officers and be able to have the footage accessible or the IT available to do the storage and other pieces. I'm really talking a little bit out of turn because I don't understand much about the technology, but I know we laid some foundational steps in the first years while the policy continued to be worked on. And so this takes the tax levy from the previous year and really lets us put this into motion so that we can approve a contract to get body cams ordered and on officers soon. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2023-254 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11I, or H, is it? No, it's 11I. 11I is AM 616-2023, recommendation of award to Axon Enterprises, Inc., Axon, to provide body-worn cameras for the municipality of Anchorage. What's the will of the body? Wait, action was postponed from 8/8/2023, no motion pending. Now, what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel.
Second.
Second by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This item moves us into being able to purchase the body-worn cameras for the municipality. It's an ongoing contract, so the $6 million figure, $6.5 million figure is over multiple years. I spoke with, via email, the chief of police, and the intention here is that it is to use the tax levy to fulfill the obligations under this contract in each subsequent year, with only asking for APD to ask us to set the tax levy at a level that's necessary to fund whatever the need is for the year ahead. So it's not presuming necessarily to the max, because remember, the tax levy is a not to exceed amount. and it doesn't preclude seeking other fund sources or anything else. It's just, it sets it based on what the need is as identified when we come to setting the tax levy, which happens when we work toward setting items for the ballot. Thanks.
Anyone else? I just would say to my peers, I'm really grateful at our last meeting that we didn't do something that would make it impossible for us to pass this tonight. That sometimes the action that you want to get to can be interfered with by the action you think you need. And so I'm really glad we didn't get in the way of this and that we can have more substantive conversations on certain policies later. Mr. Colhase.
Mr. Thurn was pointing out to me that I think there's a minor error in the document that, and I'm trying to open it again because I was speaking with him, but in the fund certification for years 2, 3, 4, and 5, it should say subject to appropriation, and that language is left out.
Sure, Ms. Alatel.
Sure. So I move to amend on line 13 above year 2 that just says subject to appropriation colon so that it applies to years 2 through year 5. Thank you.
Moved by Ms. Alta, I believe seconded by Member Volland. And if I got that right, it would be on line 12, add a break, and then the next line would be subject to appropriation, and then it would follow year 2, year 3, year 4. Yep. Great. Anyone wish to discuss that motion? Any objection? Ask unanimous consent. Okay, that amendment has been made. Good catch, Mr. CFO. Anyone else wish to discuss the item? Good news is, once this passes, we have made a major milestone. The funding is available, the contract is identified, and the next step is to hear a final rollout plan. Are we ready? All right, on the main motion, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12 to 0, AM 616-2023, as amended, has passed the body. Next up, we have item 14D, Resolution AR 2023-255, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $750,000 from the Equipment Maintenance Fund 601000 unrestricted net position to the 2023 Operating Budget Equipment Maintenance Fund 601000 Maintenance and Operations Department to complete major repairs of street maintenance, snow removal equipment, APD police vehicles, and general government vehicles. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns, transgender, 13 years, all over Anchorage. I would hope that, we can get whatever equipment we need repaired and a reminder, coming from the assembly, because like I said, I won't even talk to you this side now because I don't even think they exist. We need to encourage that our department heads that are in charge of our snow removal get out there with the old school policy. Once it starts snowing more than 2 inches, let's get on it. Last year, whenever we had the major issues we had, not only did it leave us as far as the city goes in apparel. Let me share a story from an elderly lady that had to call for help in the middle of winter. and they had to call out a second ambulance to lift a 98-pound woman over a snowbank to get her into an ambulance. You know, these kind of things eat at my soul because I've been a caretaker. And our handicap and our elderly people are true treasures because they are the ones that have shared with us what it took to cut and forge what I call a great city and a great state. And if we can't get our act together and to be able to maintain a safe environment for them through the wintertime, whether it be equipment and responsibility of taking care of it. We used to have our main roads done in 24 hours, secondary roads starting on 48 hours, and secondary primary roads done in 72 and ready for cleanup by the fourth day. We need to get back to some sort of that. We have to be able to take care of our citizens, because if we don't, and the city does not follow through with that, then the private sector, unfortunately, follows suit. The parking lots of big apartment complexes, they don't feel the need, oh, well, the city ain't going to take care of it, we don't have to worry about it. It always falls downhill. So I encourage that if $750,000 is enough, let's make it happen, no doubt. But let's also make sure our department heads that are in charge of these sectors are looking at making sure the money that we're giving them is appropriately correct and that they are using it for the things and not holding it over for a rainy day. It is the rainy day. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Hurry on down, please. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Richard Murphy. This past year it snowed so much, it was a safety hazard everywhere. As you know, the snow is so voluminous, it really canalized everyone from 2 lanes down to 1. And, you know, this not only blocks freedom of movement, but also visibility. This would be your wintertime safety issue in addition to your summertime safety issue of the fires. We're cutting funding to fire in Alaska, one of, if not the biggest tinderbox in the world. And we're talking about housing for people with roofs that will not withhold the incredibly heavy snow and ice that compresses every winter that we've all known about for decades. It was almost basic arithmetic. Death, death, death. These safety issues fall under OSHA, the Occupational Safety Health Administration of the United States of America, which is federally funded by Congress. I know this for a fact because I'm OSHA 300 certified, which is paid for by wonderful taxpayers, while as Brigade Safety NCO and 38th Troop Command in the Alaska Army National Guard. I love this state. I've represented the state junior national skiing in high school for Lathrop, and the Alaska Marines, or Senator Sullivan was actually my commanding officer in Echo Company 4th Recon Battalion. We do all this training, we have all these classes, PowerPoints, we have internet, quantum processing, AI, cell phones, the internet, the World Wide Web. And we're getting less accomplished now than we ever have because we're getting choked out by bureaucracy and rules. This room is supposed to be the best and the brightest in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm seeing great conversations and I'm seeing active thinkers. Where's the follow-up and follow-through? We're better than this. This is Alaska. We find people on the road when it's 20, 30, 40, 50 below, and we help them out. With that said, we're also vigilant. We're not fools. We got to start helping each other out. Like, you got a problem with cost of building stuff? Doesn't the Alaska Army National Guard have a gigantic engineer unit with horizontal and vertical engineers? We'll keep deploying them overseas in the other states. How about we use our Alaska Army National Guard to help Alaskans? We do when there's avalanches. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Public hearing on this item is now closed. Let's roll the body. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Volland. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Mr. Cross.
Well, just that, this is just reappropriating money for $750,000 from equipment maintenance fund and unrestricted net position to the maintenance operations for maintenance on snow removal equipment and APD police vehicles. So the gentleman's statement, although heartfelt and understood, I think was not necessarily to this item. Thank you.
Right. I'll put myself in the queue just briefly.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I am grateful that what we're doing is getting ahead of the season and repairing our snow equipment so that when the snow falls, it's in good repair. I sure hope that with this appropriation, it is repaired by the time the snow falls in about 6 weeks or 8 weeks, whatever that might be, 10 weeks. And with the report in the AM that showed 24 police cruisers that are out of service, it'll be good to get them back into service. Of course, we have that ongoing conversation about should our employees be doing this versus our contractors, but snow is coming, and I think at this time, let's get the job done. But it's not the ideal, and I'm grateful that we have this before us before the snow flies. So, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Vote of 12-0, AR 2023-255 has passed the body. Next, we have AR 2023-258, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $920,000 from the Chugiak Fire Service Area Fund 104000 fund balance to the 2023 operating budget Chugiak Fire Service Area Fund 104000 as a transfer and appropriating said transfer to the Chugiak Fire Service Area Capital Improvement Project Fund 404 Anchorage Fire Department to fund the purchase of new fire apparatus. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello again, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree with she and her pronouns, transgender 13 years and all over Anchorage. Let me be the first to say I appreciate our Chugiak Fire Department and all the volunteers that go along with that, all the way out to the volunteers that take care of Hillside and everything else. Any equipment they need, I'm proud that you guys are taking a look at this and that you guys are even willing to appropriate any kind of funds. Our firefighters out there, they're you want to talk about understaffed from APD's point of view, they don't even stand a chance. The acreage that they are keeping safe as far as property and people, there's never going to be enough firefighters when it comes to that. So anything that can help them do their job better, safer, and get them home to their families, I appreciate you guys taking the time to look at that. And you guys keep doing what you guys need to on that.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2023-258 has passed the body and Chugiak buys themselves a new fire truck. Next, we have item 14F, AO 2023-80, an ordinance authorizing the retention of tax foreclosed properties for public purposes and disposal for less than fair market value to Anchorage Community Development Authority. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree with she and her pronouns, transgender, 13 years, female, all over Anchorage. When it comes to this, there is no less than fair market on any real estate in Anchorage. It's prime real estate, period. If it ain't going to a person that's going to build a home, then we don't need to give them no break, period. End of story. Give us what it's worth. Otherwise, what was the point of foreclosing it to the people that owned it? You put people out. Let's at least get the money out of it so that way we can use that money for the next projects or the next ordeals. If they want to buy it, let them buy it at the face value. If they want to develop it, great. We can maybe talk about a tax incentive or a break or something like that in that area, not upon purchase. We have enough commercial property out there that nothing's going for. We don't have enough homes. So maybe give them a, I don't know, a 2% break if they want to build a multiplex home for low income. I'm all for that. Seeing how 80% of us are in the bracket of low-income needs, it's not even a minority anymore, it's the majority. So if we can't get a break on groceries, and we can't get a break on gas, and we can't get a break on mechanics for our maintenance of our vehicles, I don't see why any company needs a break on real estate when it's prime. So I strongly disagree with giving any kind of incentive for a company to purchase things at less than value.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to September 12th.
There is a motion to postpone
Second.
to September 12, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. Out of the work session on Friday, there was some work to be done on either an S version or a way so that the properties could possibly be bifurcated. And also, as discussed at the work session, there was going to be some analysis done of the process in light of a recent decision by the U.S. Supreme Court. Excuse me. I believe that analysis has been done and a request by MOA Legal to possibly have a work session to discuss what those implications may be. So this gives us a little bit of breathing room to do those things. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone to the meeting of September 12th. On a vote of 9-3, AO 2023-80 has been postponed to the meeting of 9/12. Next, we have our quasi-judicial items. Items in this agenda category typically involve applications for liquor and marijuana licenses or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. These items are typically public hearing items. So next up, we have item 15A, AR 2023-264, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of package store license number 3973 for Holiday Alaska LLC, DBA Holiday number 602.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2023-264 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15B, AR 2023-65, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of package store license number 2386 for Holiday Alaska LLC, DBA, no DBA.
Waive reading.
Thanks. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Martinez?
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2023-265 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15C, AR 2023-266, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary license number 1244 for Our Bar LLC, DBA The Broken Blender.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Myers. Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. I see a thumbs up from Mr. Rivera. Can the clerk verify that?
Is that a yes vote, Mr. Rivera? Yes.
Thank
That's a
you.
yes vote from Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On a vote of 12 to 0, 266. AR 2023-266 has passed the body. Next, we have AR 2023-267, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary license number 217 for Fisher Cut Bait LLC, DBA Willowa.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms.
Second.
Salatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera, I think. Mr. Myers? Mr. Myers, not Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2023-267 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15E, AR 2023-268, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary duplicate license number 5374 for Fish or Cut Bait LLC, DBA Box Office Kitchen and Bar. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2023-268 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15F, Resolution AR 2023-269, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new package store license number 6141 for Costco Wholesale Corporation, DBA Costco Business Center number 1661.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Cross, how do you vote?
On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2023-269 has passed the body. Next, final item, Resolution AR 2023-271, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place license number 4991 for Turnagain Arm Barbecue Pit LLC, DBA Turnagain Arm Barbecue Pit. Can you say that one more time?
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Perez-Viridia, how do you vote?
On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2023-271 has passed the body. Next, we have on the agenda, item 16, audience participation. Anyone from the public wish to be heard? Now's your chance. Welcome.
Did you see our?
Now's the time.
Okay.
Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Ron Oliva, adjacent property owner to the shelter. We have a big issue. I'd like to think Mr. Cross took the truth. It's actually worse. I was there at the old Native Hospital site, and believe me, I've suffered the most of anyone in this city by location and changes in zoning decisions. And just one little favor about the old Native Hospital site, do not say it's at 3rd and Ingra. You've beaten me up enough. It's at Third and Gamble. I can't survive there. And then you see those 200 campsites. Both sides of the parking area no longer have parking space, that they have a municipal bus and the box trucks that came in. No fire truck would get through there or paramedic. The lighting's getting darker. You have to deal with the lighting because we're putting our first responders at risk. Some of the advertising, when you describe that with drugs deals, fentanyl, 40,000 tabs, the guy comes 4 times in a month, that's bad publicity. Congrats to the police, but that raises the price of the drugs, which raises the theft rate to sell the items you steal to buy the drugs. Don't broadcast it. Drug dealers are good at economics. The same with the sexual activity. If you do anything, install a condom vending machine, because the syphilis and STDs and AIDS that's going on with those bad needles and those professionals that are in the line of services are spreading disease beyond the sanitation that's there. The other thing I'd like to mention is I did talk to OCS. That's not an environment for children. We have a moral responsibility to make sure their safety is guaranteed. You got to get them out of there. The thieves, I might as well just leave my gate open. I'm in over $100,000 in losses, and the nail to my business is before the snow falls. So, dealing with the situation, you got to get some security lighting, kind of like the construction company do with their lights. One last thing, the guns. I sell them. I have reservations about that. I'd like you to allow me to sell them to dealers only, because it'll reduce the risk. And I don't want to put those guns on the street without a safety factor being amplified as much as I can provide as your vendor.
Thank you, Mr. Leva. That's your time.
Does anyone have any questions? Could you sign a blank check and give it to me, and I will put up that tent, I will get it staffed, and you will all be almost reelected.
If anyone gives you a check from the muni that I signed, you can assure it's fake.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Leva.
Okay, I did take down the railroad tent. That is the
Thank you,
same
Mr.
size.
Leva. We have people behind you queued up.
No problem.
Come on up. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Nico Wolf. I'm from Spenard. Unfortunately, yes. People living in hell of our own creation are visible here and now on the streets of our city. A hell of such intensity that a close friend of mine just this month chose to put a bullet in their head rather than experience it. Their situation is tragic and terrible. Their visibility is not. This crisis's toll on our community is the consequences of our own negligence, and our discomfort and fear, as extreme as they may be, are an unjustly light sentence for the crimes of which we are guilty. To attempt to simply put them away and out of sight in a box is an even greater miscarriage of justice and decency than to do nothing at all. We are, in effect, asking for the ability to direct authorities to get vulnerable people to step into a train car bound for Poland. It is very clear that some members on this body, particularly, unfortunately, Karen Branga, have led very comfortable lives, and for that they should be thankful. But I must ask if they are capable of representing others if their capacity for empathy is so stunted as to propose concentrating the mentally ill of our most poor in literal warehouses with limited remodeling. If letting those suffering from addiction simply die as opposed to using basic measures of safety is a position, if mocking the idea of homeless being able to buy a meal is an acceptable remark, if this gross lack of empathy is uncorrected, then I hope voters do what they need to do.
All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sure you guys are tired of seeing me tonight. My name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns, 13 years, transgender female, all of Anchorage. This is my statement tonight. I'm not going to attack the police. You know, it's common whenever a team is under immense stress from shorthandedness, they act out in different ways, and we've seen that. I had a personal need to call 911 a week ago this Sunday. The response time was 4.5 hours in Midtown Walmart. I don't know any field that is acceptable. I asked the Assembly, with all y'all's knowledge, to find some way of maybe including a private sector to be able to help out, seeing how as 150 officers short for more than 20 years, we got to figure out something. Maybe find some way to fund officers as they're waiting to be approved. I hear that that's quite an ordeal for 9 months of, 9 to 10 months before they're even a part of the academy, to going through the academy, that they may still even be cut, and then they're not even really making a whole lot because they're only getting paid for the time that they were in school. We need to find some way to be able to support people going into our academy and making sure that they're making money coming out that's worthwhile to stay here. I hear roughly that $80,000 a year is what they start out at. Let's be realistic. You can make $52,000 a year starting out at McDonald's. Why would anybody want to go become an officer, sacrifice a year almost unpaid, and to come out to be able to not even be able to make as much as your wife is when she's working at a food joint? The reality is we want quality cops. We have to be able to invest in them and make them quality people from the start and know that we are behind them as a city. And as far as the citizens to be able to understand that our cops are of quality people, we need that transparency that we are continuously fighting for. We need the body cameras, so that way we can do that. We didn't ask for them to encrypt their signals, so that way we can't hear what's going on. That way we can't keep up with what's going on in our streets. It becomes pointless to be able to say we can have trust when we cannot understand both sides of the story. So with that, let's use that educated aspects that we have to fix this problem. Maybe make it to where we can actually understand something that's not a homicide aspect, but to have a shooting take away the availability of all officers for 4.5 hours on any night. We are a city, even though we're a big town. There should never be a lack of support as far as anybody needing 911 services. The operators are there to take the calls, but it doesn't do you no good when you're up to almost 5 hours of a wait time to make sure that you're reassured that you're safe. As far as it goes, if it's illegal for you to be drunk in public, it should be illegal for you to be high on fentanyl in public. Jail is better than death. Let's start making those municipal changes so that way we can make those laws, put them in jail, because jail is better than death. That way we can actually start separating the problems before we even get to a shelter idea. I give you guys that information. Let's make the change. Let's make it happen. Thank you all.
Thank you. You coming down, Bruce? Yeah. Welcome. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Bruce Thomas. I've been doing this job for 22 years. Today's my last assembly meeting. So I want to just say, have a good time. Thank you. But you're not getting rid of me.
All right. Welcome. Are you here to testify? Yep, you.
Yeah.
All right, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm William Baxter. I'm from Anchorage. I walk around with these shirts like this, farm t-shirts, agriculture shirts. Women say, I will never forget you. And people say, I'll never forget you. And I wear that because the kids don't want to work. I just basically, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, we'll now move on to Assembly Member comments. Mr. Myers?
No additional comments.
Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Chair. Quickly, I just want to encourage our community to not lose hope in our city. And the way I encourage us to not lose hope in our city is by not losing hope in each other. And the way we find each other through differences is by disagreeing with dignity and rolling our sleeves up to work on things that actually work because our community has invested their time and effort into figuring out strategies for solving our community's problems. I believe we have all the talent in our community to be able to lift our community back up to a glorious future, and I just encourage us to keep hope alive. Thank you.
I would like to ask for unanimous consent to extend the meeting by 5 minutes. Any objection? No. Hearing and seeing none, just so we can get through the member comments. Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comment.
Ms. Branca.
No comment.
Mr. Johnson.
No comment.
Ms. Zalatil.
Brief comment. I want to thank Mr. Oliva. He donates to planters in Rogers Park, and they're looking really great. So thank you, Mr. Oliva.
Mr. Cross.
I would like to thank Mr. Oliva for giving me a tour last week and spending several hours with him and looking at his plight, and it is heart-wrenching. Thank you.
Y'all should have said this when he was in the room. Mr. Walland.
No comments.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to offer some hope because this was a particularly rambunctious meeting at times. So the problems that we're facing as a community are not new. So homelessness and lack of shelter did not start 2 years ago or even during COVID. For years we have struggled to build the community will to invest in new shelter. And the work that I've done in the past certainly can attest to the struggles that we've had. A 2012 housing assessment warned us that our housing market was not responding to our needs. That was 11 years ago, and our problems have only gotten worse. Our state has systematically failed to invest in community mental health services for decades, and we are seeing the increasing result of that on our streets and in homes. Everybody is suffering. But what I do see as new is that our shared awareness that the status quo isn't working is finally, I think, getting further out in the community than it's ever been, and that we need to make change. And so that gives me great hope that this community is possibly willing to come together and make change. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
No comment.
Mr. Presverdia.
Ms. Brawley said it all. No comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Then maybe we'll end on time. I do have just a couple of comments. Boy, my mission of making Anchorage boring again is working because Ms. Brawley just expressed this meeting was rambunctious. And so to those of us who sat through the experience of the last 4 years, this was calm. So I appreciate the difference of perspective that new members bring. I was going to thank Bruce and say an amazing job for 2 decades of service to this municipality. And I just, in my last comments, want to use a little bit of a knife edge that, you know, the main priority of the mayor tonight was on the agenda, and he was the headliner at a Ben Carson VIP reception hosted by the Republican Women's Association tonight that basically went from 5 o'clock at least until 8:30 or 9. And so instead of being here with us fighting through the question of what are we going to do to solve this problem, he was off doing a partisan political activity. And I want to say to those of you who are a member of that party but who are here doing the hard work, challenging us and helping to hit the bumpers so we get the right answer in the end, I'm grateful for those of you who are taking your oath to heart and living your values. So with that, I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We are adjourned.